Good evening and welcome everyone. The time is now 6:38. I would like to call this meeting of the HCISD regular school board meeting to order, and the meeting has been posted in accordance to the Open Meetings Act. We do have a quorum, and I'd like to first take a moment of silence. Thank you very much. At this moment, I'd like to call forward Ms. Brianna Vela Garcia for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, and audience. Tonight's pledge will be led by Bethany Moreno, a junior from Keys Academy. Bethany is in her first semester in the building construction dual enrollment program at TSTC and loves it. Her hobbies and interests include listening to music and doing her schoolwork. After high school, she plans on pursuing a career in construction and wants to work specifically on the demolition of buildings. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Bethany Moreno.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, we'll go on to item number 2, awards and recognition. Again, Ms. Brianna Vela Garcia, recognition of HCISD cancer fighters and survivors, Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, and audience. Our district recognizes September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Our community continues year after year to come together to take action and create a movement, a wave of gold, that doesn't last through the month of September but year-round. We have an incredibly special group of students and families in our audience this evening. Tonight, HCISD will be recognizing our young survivors and fighters who showcase their resilience, courage, and strength each and every day. We will also recognize our HCISD angels who touched lives across our community and who are forever part of our HCISD family. During this month's Hawk and Cardinal football games, we paid tribute to our families and children through a series of scoreboard videos and sideline recognitions, as you can see in these 2 photos. So here's the Hawk game. And then here's the Cardinal game. I'd like to thank Team Walker Pete Foundation and Judy Peters for all they do to bring awareness across our community to childhood cancer. So let me introduce you all to a special group of students and families here with us today. Students and families, as I call your name, please come forward, and they have a special treat for each of our board members. I'll first go through a list of students that joined us at the football games but could not be here with us tonight. From Wilson Elementary of Christian Estrada. From Treasure Hills Elementary, Ezra Elizondo. From Austin IB, Jojo Torres. Houston IB, Kaylee Romero. Memorial Middle School, Danny Lynn Fernandez. Jefferson Elementary, Lydia Diaz. Long Elementary, Luz Elena Arellano. And here with us tonight from Gutierrez Middle School is Evan Shropshire. And his little brother, Jeremiah. Thank you. We'll call y'all back up for a group photo in just a second. We'd like to recognize the families of our angels Joining us tonight is Morgan Martinez's family, Stewart Place Elementary, Forever 6. Neo Martinez of Sam Houston Elementary, Forever 11. Ricky Zamora of Vernon Middle School, Forever 13. Juan Vitonet, Gutierrez Middle School, Forever 15. Noah Vasquez of Bonham Elementary School, Vernon Middle School, Forever 16. Juanito Palacios of Travis, Vela, Gano, and Harlingen High School, Forever 17. And Nick Peters, Long Elementary, Travis, Gutierrez, Harlingen High School South, Harlingen High School, Forever 17. I'd like to invite Judy Peters to come forward just to talk a brief moment about the Team Walker Pete Foundation, and then we will take a group photo with our families that are present today.
Won't take too much of your time, but just a little bit for people that don't know. Team Walker Pete was founded in 2017, just a few months after our son Nick Peters finished his battle, his 7-year battle with cancer. We fight to raise awareness, not only within our school district, but within our communities valley-wide. And all of our support is for our families valley-wide. We're honored and blessed to serve those families. We know what it's like to go through that journey. And part of the reason we had Jeremiah come up and help is because we also know that it's not just the child that goes through it, but it's the family, the siblings. So we're blessed that the Martinez family has joined us tonight. Sad that a lot of the kids that you saw in those pictures weren't able to join us tonight, but you know, that's just a snapshot of who we have in this school district. And we hope that there are less and less each year, but unfortunately that doesn't seem to be the case. One of the names that you saw up there, or that she announced, was just diagnosed in the last couple weeks. So we will not stop the fight. We will continue until we don't have to fight anymore. So thank you.
Board of Trustees, Dr. Noel, if you all could come forward for a photo, and I'd like our families here with us tonight to come up for a group photo as well.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
All right, going on to item 3. Anybody want to make any comments? Okay, go
If
ahead.
I may, Mr. President. I just want to thank all of you so much for being here and doing the hard and important work of raising awareness, of letting us know how this terrible disease impacts your lives, and you're fighting, and you're making sure that we all can come alongside of you and do our part too. And Ms. Peters, thank you for the leadership that you ongoingly show in this effort. We truly appreciate it. And we know there's advances in the field, but they don't seem to come fast enough, because we see our angels and our fighters still having to work through that. So as a district, we just appreciate everything you're doing, and your work, all of your work, to advocate and to let us know how we can support and be the partners as much as we can be. So thank you so much.
Can y'all hear me? Sorry, I don't know if this is working. I just want to echo everything that Dr. Reiniger said, and also the families that were here and that have participated in the other district events, just for being brave, for showing courage, and for being vulnerable to let themselves into the community and talk about what they're going through, not just their child who is going through the illness and fighting that, but also the entire family that is impacted. So just want to say thank you to them for allowing the district, and also the work that Ms. Peters, that the foundation is doing to help to support them. So, and applauding all of the efforts that you're making. It definitely is very visible. I definitely see all of that the entire month, but hopefully this continues to grow, not just through the month of September, right? But just like we talked about earlier, always.
Yes, Ms. Peters, Mr. Peters, thank you for your leadership. Thank you, Team Peter. Walker Pete. Thank you. Going on to item number 2B, recognition of Gilman Chevrolet 10-year partnership. Brianna Vela.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, audience. You can feel the energy, excitement, and butterflies from our students and their families as they arrive to Gilman Chevrolet for our Drive for Perfect attendance event every May. They are welcomed with live music, snow cones, food, cheerleaders, dancers, mascots, and drum lines. Since 2013, sophomores, juniors, and seniors with perfect attendance have had the opportunity to win incredible prizes from the dealership. This includes gift cards, tablets, iPads, laptops, and yes, cars. They also recognize our students with lifetime perfect attendance and give them each a $500 gift card. If we count how generous Gilman Chevy has been to the families of HCISD, it's easy to say they have invested $200,000 in our community. Gilman Chevrolet of Harlingen has taken it a step further these last few years and started providing hundreds of backpacks and school supplies to our students at the beginning of the year. What started off as a partnership to promote attendance in our Harlingen schools has turned to incredible blessings for students and their families across our community. And I must say that I have thoroughly enjoyed working alongside the Gilman team to plan these events each and every year. And before I invite David and Jana up, I'd like to show you all the highlight from this year's giveaway and how much of a blessing last year's event was for Harlingen South's Alari Garcia and her family.
Well, today was a very exciting day because we were able to bring back the Drive for Attendance event to our store. The feeling is just overwhelming because, it seems like it was our first one, to tell you the truth. There was a lot of excitement level just from seeing all the parents, all the educators, and all the supporters be here. It was a big lift for myself and for our whole team, even our partners from Chevrolet that attended. They just had such an overwhelming feeling to be able and celebrate something like this today.
Honestly, I didn't expect anything. I thought I was just going to sit here and not get maybe like a gift card or something, but I did not expect to get the car at all. It feels great. It feels great. Just to know that going to school every single day just led to a car. So it's nice.
We hope she'd win something, a gift card, or my mom was saying, well, hopefully she wins at least a computer or something. But we're just very thankful and very blessed that she was able to win this car. You know, I was telling my wife, I had a feeling.
Always go to school even if you don't feel like it, because it doesn't matter how you feel, but you're doing it for yourself, for your good, for your future, and it can pay off in the end.
So as we celebrate entering our 10th year of partnering with Gilman Auto Group, I'd like to invite David Amaya and Jana Cusson to take a photo with our HCISD Board of Trustees and Dr. Noyola. And we have a special plaque to present to you all.
Alright, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Anybody like to make any comments?
Yeah, Mr. President, I just want to say that, well, first of all, give my thanks to Gilman for partnering us for so many years, but that partnership is just one example of many partnerships that we have here in the community, and it's without community partners like yourselves and other entities, businesses, families in this community that help and work with the school district, we were not able to do what we do on a daily basis for our students, for our teachers. So I just want to thank you all for that and for leading by example and for being there every step of the way with us. Thank you.
All right, on to item number 2C, recognition of the South Texas Tennis Coaches Association Coach of the Year, Coach Rob Davies.
Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Noyola, board members, administration, and audience. Tonight, we are excited to recognize Coach Ernesto Escamilla from Harlingen High School South as the 2022 South Texas Tennis Coaches Association Coach of the Year. In Coach Escamilla's short time as the head coach for the Hawks, the program has captured the boys' team tennis district championship in 2019 and 2021, the girls' team tennis championship in 2019, 2020, and 2021, the team tennis championships in 2019 and 2021. The Hawks continue to make a strong team tennis playoff appearance under his leadership and continue to qualify individuals to the regional tournament in the spring season. The Hawks have also displayed excellence off the court by having many of the Hawk tennis team in the top 10% of their class and have recognized 10 student athletes with academic all-state honors in his time here. Excellent work, sir. Coach Escamilla, please come forward and receive your plaque. Mr. President and Dr. Noyola, please join us up front for a photo. We'll do one giant photo. Okay. So, Mrs. Escamilla, if you could go ahead and join us. Ernesto, Emma Grace, Elias Andres, and Mr. Reyes, Principal, Harlingen High School South, if you could come forward as well.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Would the board like to make any comments?
Yes, Mr. President, I would. Coach, I just want to add one more touch of thanks to you and recognition for lots and lots of hours that go unnoticed by many, not your wife and family, though, I'm sure. But boy, what a tremendous record and tremendous success in building athletes and academicians in your students. So thank you for the balance, and we're so glad that you're recognized. You deserve it, and it brings just great notoriety to the district, to the school, to your athletes, and to you. So thank you.
Just a quick comment also, Coach, thank you so much for all that you do for our kids. Wow, I mean, you've got such a great record of having some amazing students and getting them not just with the athletics, but with the academics. And I also want to echo what Dr. Reiniger said regarding your wife, because look at this, she's handling those 3 kids amazingly. How the heck does she do it, right?
We have one more on the way.
See, congratulations. Congratulations. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Escamilla, Mr. Escamilla. All right, so we're going on to item 2D, Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, the first award. Ms. Brianna Vela Garcia.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, administration, audience, I'm sure you are not surprised to hear that our business office has done it again. They've achieved an A-letter rating from the Texas Education Agency School First Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas program. HCISD has received the highest rating of an A for 20 years in a row, which deserves a round of applause. The district's rating is based on an analysis of staff and student data and the budgetary and actual financial data for the 2021 fiscal year. The primary objective of the Schools First is to achieve quality performance in the management of the school district's financial resources, a goal made more significant due to the complexity of accounting associated with the Texas school finance system. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to recognize the business department and their incredible leader, Mr. Julio Cavazos. As I call y'all's name from the audience, if you could come to the front for the group photo we're going to take. So first, Mr. Julio Cavazos, Chief Financial Officer. Administrator for Business Services, Ramon Mendoza. Accounting Director, Ida Ambris. Purchasing Director, Kim Anderson. Interim Director of Federal Programs, Jesse Saldivar. And Director of Internal Audit, Nelly Ledesma. trustees and Dr. Noyola, if y'all could please come forward for a group photo.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3.
I was trying to get on the chair.
All right, on to, anybody want to make any comments on that?
I just want to, I mean, every year, Julio, your incredible staff and you hit the top mark, and I think it's just incredible. What, 23 years in a row, is that what you said, Brianna? 20? I mean, it's just incredible. There's very few school districts can do that, much less claim 20 years consecutively. I know a couple of years ago, we got a state award for this, and they complimented how in this entire region, we are exemplary and one that other districts want to follow as an example to how it's supposed to be done. So congratulations to you all for once again achieving all those goals. Thank you for your hard work.
Right, if I might add, Mr. President, my congratulations, my thanks, the recognition that, you know, just an A-plus team, right? What a terrific team you have and that you lead. You know, as we think about the various activities that you guide us through in the budget decisions that we make, in the tax reductions that we have seen, in the accountability that we have in place, that's what builds the trust with our community to know that what tax dollars we're getting, that we're doing the right things with them. And that A rating is another certification of that. So thank you so much for your leadership and the whole team, Dr. Noyola, the whole effort. Congratulations.
We do have a great business office team, and they do all of the work, so I really do appreciate their efforts.
If I may add, when I was congratulating the team, I said, great job, and several of them said, we have a great leader, and that's amazing teamwork. So thank you guys for being an amazing team, and thank you, Julio, for being such an amazing leader. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 3, approval of minutes. The August 4th, 2022 special board meeting, the August 9th, 2022 special board meeting, and the September 6th, 2022 special board meeting.
You taking them individually or as a group? Or?
Let's just go ahead and do them individually,
Okay.
just to be safe.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the August 4th, 2022 special board meeting minutes as submitted.
Second?
All right, we have a motion by Greg Powers, second by Eladia Jaimes. Any discussion? If there's no discussion, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, motion carries. On to the second one, August 9th, 2022 board meeting.
Mr. President, I move approval of the August 9, 2022 regular board meeting minutes.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Dr. Reiniger, a second by Mr. De Leon. Do we have any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, motion carries. On to C, September 6, 2022.
Mr. President, I move that we approve the minutes of the special board meeting from September 6th, 2022.
Second?
All right, I have a motion by Dr. Cano, a second by Eladio Jaimez. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? And any discussion? All right, motion carries. All right, going on to item number 4, one of our favorites, principal's report. Presenter, Patty Moniz, principal at Keys Academy.
Good evening, board members, board president, Dr. Noyola, senior team, and members of the audience. Please allow me a moment to express my gratitude to all of you for allowing us the opportunity to highlight the amazing things that are happening at Keys Academy. In October of last year, we moved from the building on 7th Street to our new location at TSTC Building L. With this move came great opportunities for our students. Our mission and vision remain the same, which is to enable and empower our students who were not successful in their traditional schools to not only graduate, but also be successful with their post-secondary endeavors. At Keys Academy, we are graduating students with a high percentage rate, and for some of these students, we can start their post-secondary goals much sooner, as we will show you later in this presentation. These students, like all others, deserve an excellent education, and we are delivering it at Keys. We have high expectations of our students and staff, and the advantage of our small campus is that we get to know all our students very well, all of them by first name, and many of the families as well. We also get to individualize their learning based on their academic needs by reviewing information on their transcripts, STAR, and MAP growth data. At Keys Academy, we get to graduate students throughout the year. We track our students based on their cohort, which is determined 4 years from their start of their freshman year. This last year, we had a total of 56 graduates from various cohorts. Here we can see that we had 2 students from cohort 2019 and 11 from cohort 2021 that graduated. In this slide, you can see the number of students who graduated on track with their 2022 cohort, which was this last May. We had a total of 45 students in this cohort, with 41 students who graduated for a 91% graduation rate. More impressive is that 9 of these students were parents. 1 student had 2 children. Of the 4 students who did not graduate, 2 of them returned this school year. We're hoping to graduate them before December, and 2 were referred to Connect to Success. Currently at Keys, we have 116 students from various cohorts. Most are enrolled in the regular school day, and a few are enrolled in Connect to Success program. This program is held in the evening for students who are over 18 years old and have very few credits. Our cohort 2025 includes the students we received from Kano Freshman Academy, and the others are coming to us from the comprehensive high schools. These numbers are always changing as we graduate and accept new students throughout the school year. Once students have caught up with their credits, they have the opportunity to go back to their home campus, but many of them do not want to go back. Those that remain with us will be enrolled in the dual enrollment program with TSTC as they continue with their high school courses. At the start of last year, we were excited to enroll students in dual enrollment for the first time in Keys history. We enrolled 3 students in the biomedical equipment program. 2 of those 3 students were parents. They continued in the spring semester along with 8 other students who enrolled in the biomedical equipment program and the building construction program. These 11 students earned 42 college hours. Moving forward to this school year, we have 9 students enrolled in the dual enrollment program this fall. This number is 3 times larger than last fall semester. 3 are returning students from last year. 2 of them are these 2 amazing young ladies on the left with their hard hats, Trinity and Hannah. They're also joining us here today. They are in their 2nd semester in the building construction program. They were so excited when Ms. Ramirez called them into her office to give them their hard hats and utility belts. We told them we were going to get them decals for their hard hats with the Keys logo, their name, and on the back, Girl Power. Because they are in non-traditional pathways for females, and we are so proud of them. I want to share a story about the young lady on the right so you can hear the impact we are making on these students. And I get emotional when I talk about this. This student did not attend school at all last year at Cano. When we received her in May, she never missed a day in school, never missed a day of summer school. She's caught up with her credits and is taking a course at TSTC in mechatronics. On the first day of classes at TSTC, she stopped by my office, but I was on the phone. So she left me a Post-it note on my door that said, "Mrs. Muñiz, I need to speak to you as soon as possible." Of course, I thought, oh my goodness, something happened. She didn't like her class. But instead, she wanted to tell me how much she loved it, that her instructor had told her, "You're going to do great in this class." She said she wants to make us proud, represent Keys very well, and show other girls that they can get into non-traditional programs just like her. We have established system supports in order for these students to be successful in their dual enrollment classes. These include constant communication with TSTC instructors. Ms. Ramirez does a fabulous job of emailing them or calling them. We have a paraprofessional assigned to monitor students to ensure they are up to date with their classwork and Canvas. We review and post their grades using the HCISD timeline so their parents are up to date with their grades. We also conduct student and parent conferences as needed. The difference in attitude and academics with these students from when they first started at Keys last year to now is remarkable. Our goal is to eventually have 50% of our students enrolled in at least one course at TSTC. At this time, I would like to take a few minutes to show you a short video and see of our students in action. You got it?
TSDC, in partnership with Keys Academy, the benefits have been amazing for our students, especially since we've moved here to Building L and we're actually here at TSDC. I think the sense of being on a college campus has given our kids kind of a sense of pride, and they really want to be a part of the program. And so we can really tell that they're trying harder. They really want to be a part of the TSDC program. So we can really see a difference in their behavior, their mannerisms, the way they conduct themselves. I think it's been a really great benefit for everybody.
I feel like it's important to get advantage now because some kids don't have the opportunity or the chance to take them, and you get your college hours, college credits, and the college experience. My classes at TSTC, so far we are doing hands-on this year. We are in our second semester for construction, and we are going to try to build this year.
I take building and construction for TSDC. What we do is we do hands-on, we build with a lot of tools, and at the moment we are building, like I said, hands-on at the moment.
I feel like no matter what opportunity you get in high school, you need to take advantage of. If it's with clubs or college classes, take advantage of. When I found out that I could do it, I immediately wanted to do it because I could learn the experience of being in that type of environment, and it would prepare me to get my bachelor's or master's.
They're able to get their high school diploma and they're able to get a certification. And my goal is for them to see that it's possible. It doesn't matter where you started off. It doesn't matter that you were behind. It doesn't matter that you might have been struggling a little bit for whatever the reason might be, they're here now and they can get the college degrees and they can go on to do whatever it is that they want to do. These kids aren't any different than any other students, and they can go on to be successful, and that's what we want for them.
At Keys Academy, we truly have an amazing staff who has jumped on board with new initiatives to increase student involvement and sense of belonging. This includes offering a new course called General Employability Skills, where students learn things like how to write a resume and how to conduct yourself in an interview. We will also have a student council club, a yearbook club, quarterly field trips, and service projects. We also have students read morning announcements every day. You will be surprised what reading the morning announcements does to students. It definitely builds their self-esteem. All of our staff has TSTC shirts that they get to wear on college day to show the support for our dual enrollment students. Of course, the success at Keys Academy would not be possible without this amazing team. A couple of them are here with me today. Mrs. Ramirez, our instructional coach. Ms. Quintanilla, our counselor. And if I may, I also have a few of my students with their families, the two construction queens, Hannah and Trinity Reza. And of course, Bethany Moreno, who's in her first semester of building construction. This concludes our presentation. If there are any comments or questions that I may address.
Mr. President, if I may, kudos. This just makes me extremely happy. I look forward to walking over from where I'm at in Building W over to Building L. I just can't say enough. Obviously, there is extreme dedication and pride that you have in what you're doing. I can see it on everyone's faces. And thank you for supporting these individuals in the dual credit pathways and the non-traditional pathways. I love seeing that. I think it's just amazing. I know all the work that TSTC is doing to push for non-traditional students, and so it's so nice to see that this is happening as well. Thank you for following up and logging on to Canvas and getting your work done. I think that's awesome. Love to hear that. And just thank you. I'm super proud to hear this, and I love hearing what you all are doing there, and just happy that you all are on the TSTC campus.
Thank you.
Mr. President? Greg.
Patty, I just want to commend you. I just think it's just incredible, your program and what y'all are doing. Mr. Ramirez, Ms. Quintanilla, it's just, to have people like you involved in this program is what makes a difference. And these kids are overcome adversity.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you, as a board member, probably the most enjoyment I get out of being on the board is graduation. And we go through the two, South, Harlingen High School, health professions, and the other ones. But the one that I enjoy the most is coming to your graduation, because the testimonials that those kids give and what they've done and overcome to achieve those degrees, graduating, is really incredible. And thank you for what you're doing. I just love your program that you're doing with TSTC. I think it's terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powers.
I just, Ms. Mies and your staff, I just want to thank you, but I want to see the students stand up. The students there that, I want to thank you all for going out there and taking advantage of these opportunities, because they're great opportunities. And so I just want to encourage you and tell you that you got a huge support group, not just on this board, but in this community, in this school district community that's rooting for you guys. So keep going out there and keep doing what you're doing. I do have a question, Ms. Mies. I saw the building construction, biomedical, and mechatronics. Can they pick from any of the programs, or are we limited to just
Well,
certain
we have a
programs?
memorandum of understanding with TSTC, so there are specific programs that they get to choose from, but the most popular ones are going to be your building construction and biomedical, and this is the first year, or the first semester that we have somebody in mechatronics.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes.
I echo everything that my colleagues said. You know, you all are special, and there's no, whether you go to South or Harlingen High or any other campus, Keys is unique for one main reason. Keys is on a college setting. That's powerful. And no other campus is like that. So take advantage of it, because you're walking with their college students, you're mingling with you're seeing what they do. And I did notice on those hard hats, Doc, can TSC spend some money to put TSCC on there? You know, TSC is near dear to my heart. You know, I was there for 34 years until I retired, and I can tell you all the amazing things that TSCC and the school districts do together, and are continuing to do things together. And I'm excited. I'm excited about Keys and being on the campus. And you know, I saw that we're starting with 9. I'm hoping that next year we're going to have 29 and then 49 and then just boom, because again, there's something that is unique about Keys that no other campus has, and that's on a college setting. That's powerful, and there's not too many schools that have that. So you should take pride in that, and I'm proud of each and every single one of y'all, and make sure that you do everything that you're supposed to be doing, because we're going to be behind you 110%. Great job, everyone.
Thank you.
President, sorry I walked in a little late, but I got here perfect timing with your presentation, Patty. Thank you for being here, and thanks for your excellent presentation. Let me start by saying I think one thing that came to my mind hearing your presentation, the success and the passion of your leadership there, and the teachers and the whole school, really. I mean, it starts with the fact that it's amazing what you can do when you just care and you just open up your hearts and you speak to their hearts. And the way you talk to them, we believe in Harlingen, and we know that talent is universal, but opportunity is not. It's up to us to provide the opportunity, because the talent's there. We just have to pave the way for them and open these doors of opportunity. So that's exemplified by your leadership, by leadership of your amazing staff here. It's inspiring to see what you guys are doing there, and I've been there several times. People don't know this, but my son was there briefly when he was a student, and he loved every minute he was there. I can tell you that the opportunities that you're providing these students, these talented students, it's going to change their trajectory, and they're going to change their lifetime. So please take advantage. Tell the students that are here, thank you for being here. Thank you for what you're doing there. But tell the other students how proud we are of Keys, and how proud we are of not only what you're doing now, but what you're going to accomplish later. This is a great story that HCISD has to tell, and we're going to keep telling it. And thank you for the great work, and thank you for the opportunity to hear your story and to be a part of that. So God bless you all, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis.
Just briefly, I have to say how much, Bethany, I have loved watching your reactions and your smile, and you're so excited, and you did such a great job on the pledge and everything. So thank you for being here, ladies, who I can't see as well, but I got to see you in the video. So proud of you. Girl power, really, girl power. Keep it up. Just keep, it's just that enthusiasm for what you're doing, and I know you're spreading the word, and thank you, because it's really the students who lead other students to know that they can do it, right? You're role models for others. And then Patty and your team, we were so excited when we started hearing about this potential transformation and what was going to unfold. And I'm so thankful to hear this report, to see how it's already come to life. So just keep coming back, okay? Because we are really excited about what you're doing, and just the life course that you've put your team on, right? Because there's nothing more rewarding than being that person that's supporting bright students in doing what they need to do to carve their path, and then seeing those students do it. So thanks.
And let me finish with just a couple comments also. As mentioned earlier, great teams have great leaders, so excellent job, Patty. Excellent presentation, excellent job, excellent team, but more importantly, the work always shows up in our students, right? Hannah and Trinity, Alyssa, Bethany, it's fantastic to see your successes, such great opportunities at Keys. I had the opportunity to be there at the beginning of the semester, and the teachers, the staff, they were so excited, so energized, and ready for the students, and it shows. The success and the continued success will be there. Thank you for your leadership, Patty, and thank you for all that you guys do for our students. Thank you, students. All right, on to item number 5, public comments for agenda topics. And so for this, we do have somebody, let's see, Miss Linda Ramos. Is Miss Linda Ramos here? Okay. And so I have to read this next item. The next item on the agenda is public comments for agenda topics to address the Board of Trustees. And before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public comments regarding agenda topics. Anyone who wants to speak during public comments regarding agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the agenda item they want to discuss. All speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Any public testimony speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If more than 10 speakers are signed up to speak on the same agenda item, then all additional speakers on that item will be limited to 2 minutes. Speakers are limited to the items listed on the sign-up sheet. Complaints and concerns for which other resolution channels are provided shall be referred to use those channels. These complaints include employee and officer complaints, termination of employment, student complaints, comments about students that are not the child of the speaker, removal to alternative education programs, and expulsion. Please keep your comments or criticisms civil and courteous. Please also avoid using profanity and refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you do not discuss students who are not your own child. Yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In the event your comment, in the judgment of the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt and ask you to stop and direct you to proceed with the school district's formal grievance procedures or to have the item heard in executive session, depending on the nature of the complaint. If a speaker is seeking board resolution of a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance process, which can be found online and includes policies DGBA, FNG, and GF. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration offices. Thank you. Our first speaker is Ms. Linda Ramos. Ms. Ramos, do you want a 30-second timer to let you know when you have 30 seconds left?
So I know that you stated in the very beginning, I don't even know if you have the rules of that particular and posted anywhere. Before I continue, this is the first time I ever attend a school board meeting.
Really quick, do you want a 30-second timer at the end? No? Okay. Go ahead, we'll start the timer.
Okay.
Sure.
So before my timer starts, can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, it's just a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
And just an advice, I guess, as a parent and as a taxpayer, is in reference to the awards, all this stuff. I have lupus, and I came here for a specific reason because I thought it was a school board meeting. My little boy needs to be picked up from chess. Now, those things should be done at the schools because they need to be recognized at the schools. Just
Thank
a
you.
recommendation.
Thank you for your
That was
comment,
something-
ma'am.
That
Thank
wasn't
you.
what I came for.
Sure. And we'll start the timer now.
Thank you. Now, good evening, board members. I have been a resident of Harlingen for 13 years. I have 3 wonderful children that have graduated from Harlingen already. I still have 1 attending Harlingen District. We are in a different era. A different era. We're in a pandemic era. We're in an era where mental issues are at an uprise. Okay? Also, we're in an era where it's different, it's pandemic. Things need to change. Now, I am very disappointed and at what I found out in reference to the safety and stuff of my child. And I'm speaking on behalf of my child that I still have in the school district, okay? Since Uvalde happened, it's getting closer, and we are in that type of era where we have massive shootings. Not only that, since 2018 or before, down my street, there have been, till this day, till last week, there have been raids, gunfires in my street during school sessions. There has been chased down, maybe 2 years ago, in the neighborhood by two schools that were involved, public knowledge, you can go research it because I know I have 3 minutes. A young man, 2018, shot his wife down the street. School was in session. This is a big issue. This was before Uvalde happened, but it's like right here in my back door. I don't feel safe leaving my little boy. You guys have promised to keep my son safe, and you have not done so. And I know that because I went to the horse's mouth. And what I've gotten, and I explained to our safety gentleman Castillo, you know, I asked him, why are you not consistent in having these patrolmen here? Oh, well, and I said, you don't have to tell me because I already know. I am very disappointed that you would take the cheaper way out. He says, this is something we're trying out. I'm going to ask every single one of you. Do you want to play Russian roulette with my child? Because I guarantee you, these things are happening in the neighborhoods. And they are. Go look it up. It's on a daily basis. If the patrolmen are at the raids, who's protecting the kids? And I'm very appalled that you would take a cheaper route when there's plenty of money. Just the way things are public knowledge, I have looked at the financial reports. Okay? And I urge you, if you're not going to do a difference, get off the board and get other people that have doctorates in education, put them on there that know what they're doing. Because I don't want to play with my son's life. Okay? And I don't know what you guys are doing, but I think that I was so proud to be a citizen of Harlingen.
Is that the timer?
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ramos,
Next time
thank you
we won't
very
be
much.
so lucky.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on to item number 6, public audience for non-agenda topics. And again, I need to read some comments here. The next item on the agenda is public audience for non-agenda topics, which is the time for members of the audience to address the Board of Trustees. Before we begin, I will remind our audience members of the board's procedures for handling public audience for non-agenda topics. Anyone who wants to speak during public audience for non-agenda topics must sign up prior to the start of the meeting and list the non-agenda subjects they wish to discuss. All speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to address the board. Any public testimony speaker who is speaking through a translator will receive up to 6 minutes to address the board. If a group of people want to be heard on the same topic, the board asks that they designate a spokesperson to avoid needless repetition. The board shall allot no more than 30 minutes for speakers on items not on tonight's agenda. Please keep your comments or criticism civil and courteous. Please also avoid using profanity and refrain from making personal attacks on others during your opportunity to speak. We ask that you not discuss students who are not your own child. Yelling, inappropriate, uncivil, or discriminatory comments will not be permitted. In the event your comment, in the judgment of the presiding officer, constitutes a complaint or charge against an employee or officer, it may be necessary for me to interrupt and ask you to stop and direct you to proceed with the school district's formal grievance procedures or to have the item heard in executive session, depending on the nature of the complaint. If a speaker is seeking board resolution of a specific complaint, that concern should be addressed through the district's grievance process, which can be found online and include policies DGBA, FNG, and GF. Grievance forms can be obtained at any campus administration office or in the central administration offices. Thank you. Our first speaker is Don Ray Leonard. Ms. Leonard, I'll ask you as well. Do you want a 30-second countdown before your time is up?
No,
Okay.
I shouldn't take up 30 minutes, or 30.
3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay.
I should not. Thank you for allowing me to address you tonight. I'm going to going to kind of take a stab in the dark here. I'm here tonight to advocate for school safety. I've put a lot of thought into why this group of seemingly educated people, such as yourselves, would dig in your heels and deny the families of this community the safety and security of a police department within our school system. Then it occurred to me, maybe it's not all about money. Could it be about our school system's reputation? We have a wonderful school system, or do we? The community never hears about the assaults, the drugs, the truancy issues, the bullying, etc. But if there was a police department, there would be documentation. A police incident report for every offense. Interesting thought. The information would be public record. We would have a window into everything going on in our schools. Could it be that not by having a police department, it's easier to cover the crimes and incidents in our schools and make everything look better than it really is? Could it be that the thought of losing our stellar reputation that affords the school system all the awards, the accolades, the money, to tarnish the said reputation? We, the parents, the grandparents, and the taxpayers do demand transparency. I've attended several meetings on the issue, and I've grown tired of listening to all the things that you are doing on the periphery, just enough around the edges to make it sound like you're addressing the issue. But the teachers and the families in our Harlingen community are all in agreement that now is the time for a strong police presence within the school system. We pay the salaries, we pay the taxes, and one day soon, we may pay with the blood of our children and teachers if they are denied the safety and security that they deserve. And who do you think in our community will hold you accountable? Every single one of you. You have a golden opportunity to exercise your leadership skills and show Texas that we, the City of Harlingen and the ISD, work together for a safer community for our families. Many other municipalities in the valley have their own police departments. Do not insult our intelligence and tell the taxpayers of Harlingen it cannot be done. It certainly can. And just as a side, I went to Uvalde about a month ago. I spent the day with parents and children and officials in Uvalde. How many of you have made that journey up there and made that effort to talk to that community, the people in the community? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonard. Thank you. The next speaker is Lorraine Galarza. Ms. Galarza, would you like a 30-second warning?
Yes.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So my name is Lorraine Galarza, and I am a resident here of Harlingen, Texas, and I've been here before to speak to you all, and here I am again. So a couple of things, I signed up to talk about concerns, and number one, from my last board meeting, I talked about how I hadn't received a call back from Dr. Noyola to follow up with me on the safety committee. That was more than a month ago. I still haven't gotten that call. Very unprofessional. Number two, I asked for some information that's public record. The school needs assessment for every single school in the school district, the past 3 years and the previous one, which is required by TEA. I got an email from an attorney who I believe, Mr. Moniz, your brother's part of that law firm. I called the law firm, I followed the process, never received a return call. Unprofessional. Number three, as far as observations with the safety and security of the children, after school started, again, I took the opportunity to go and monitor the schools and talk to some of the principals. Very inconsistent, no security on certain days of the week, like maybe Wednesdays and Thursdays. You all talk about not sharing information on safety because you can't disclose it. Well, even me, and I'm not even a trained arm official, I can tell you what days there's no officials in the schools. I know that I in particularly visited Means just because I was dropping off my niece and I live by that school. 2 days out of the week, they do not have any armed security. The principal told me I interviewed her. I got down, I observed the school. She was telling me that because the constables and the sheriffs are short-staffed, they're not able to provide enough coverage in the schools, and Means shares an official between Dishman and Means. So there's offset days and days that they're active. Again, like they said, Russian roulette, you all promised. You all have put that on the media, on your school website, that you all have it covered, that you all are providing coverage for all the children. Not very good. That MOU that you all are doing with the county obviously isn't working, and here I am again. Here I am again, stepping out of character. I've talked about that before, having to tell you all do presentations here, you all should be doing them at the schools. Why don't you all take a little drive or cruise down the schools and see what's going on? Do you need me to come here and tell you that? All this is wonderful. I applaud education. But again, we're lucky to be here. What is it going to take? Bloodshed on our hands? These families are lucky to be here alive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Ms. Linda Ramos.
Can I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I thank you guys for listening. I hope that you guys are really actually listening. I do hold multiple degrees, and I don't need to share them with you. Okay? I am a mom. You know, I'm very concerned at this particular board, and I'm going to tell you why. Like I've been saying, we have plenty of money and grants that are given to the Harlingen ISD public record. And again, you can sit there, try to fall asleep, but then again, this is very important to not only myself, but the District 2. I am a representative of District 2, and I had asked, I guess, Ms. Denise, but otherwise I'm representing my district as well because I have my own committee there. Now, why is it that you guys are trying out hiring all these different departments from Primera, Combs, what have you? These officers I've observed are not at the schools. Again, if I wanted to commit a mass shootout, I could do it on certain days. I've observed as well. Luckily, we do have neighborhood watches where we've been calling as citizens, but it shouldn't have to take me that is ill and having to take chemo and having to look outside my window and make sure these little ones are safe while my other kid is over here. I don't feel safe. I don't feel like you guys are listening to your taxpayers. You guys have plenty of money, public record. Why are you putting our kids at risk? No money in this universe, Star Galactica, whatever have you, can replace a child. Why are you risking that? I'm going to ask you again. Why are you risking the lives of these children? We have the money. You have it. Use it. Don't do shortcuts, not with my son. You're not going to do it with my kid. I have one more to go, and I want him safe. Mental issue isn't a rise. Use the money wisely. I am all for education. I'm a child advocate. I support the Boys and Girls Club. I coach as well. No matter if I'm sick, because they are our future. Don't wait until something happens. Wake up. And if you can sleep at night, guys. If you can sleep, then get off the board. Get off this board. If you can actually sleep at night, because I can't sleep thinking of the lies that y'all told me and other citizens, that there would be coverage at all times, all the time. That means around the clock for my child. You have lied. I don't trust this board. That's why I came, ill or not ill, because of that matter. I have a son that I need to take care of. I'm a mother. I'm a concerned citizen. I pay my taxes on time. I know what the money budget is.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. All right, at this point, we'll be going on to item number 7, approval of consent calendar. Do we need to go through all of them?
Mr. President, I move approval of the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Dr. Pettis, second by Greg Powers. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any discussion? Anybody, any nays? All right, motion carries. Going on to item number 8, matters relating to transforming the school support. Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee report, Dr. Noyola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last Tuesday, September 6th, we had our Transforming Teaching and Learning Committee meeting. We had a presentation by Ms. Lori Romero along with Mr. Daniel Garza, our Director of Special Education. At that time, we were also joined by a couple of representatives from Region 1 ESC, Dr. Carolina Campos, who led some of the commentary that happened that night. The focus of that presentation, and we only had one topic that particular night, but an important topic. These individuals came forward to share the results of a special education program evaluation that was conducted. They took time to share some of that process, from interviews to data analysis to classroom visits. And that night they shared with us the results of their presentation. As part of that presentation, they outlined some key areas that came forward with recommendations for our district that we needed to focus on moving forward. And so as we move forward in the implementation of this data, we certainly will be working with Region 1 as they were some of the key people in the survey. So as we move forward, we will be coming back certainly to our board and updating you on the implementation of some of those recommendations, but also it's not necessarily just the one-time analysis of what happened through this evaluation, but how do we continue to analyze our results? How do we continue to take that data and information and continue to focus on the improvement of our programs? A number of our committee members were at the session. Dr. Reiniger, I know that you joined us, and as a member of the committee, if you would like to add any additional comments to that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. As you know, as always, there's just some really instrumental work happening in the transforming of the learning that we're doing, and the implementation of this is particularly exciting. And other than that, I don't have anything to add to your report. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 9, matters relating to curriculum and instruction. A, consideration for approval of the 2022-2023 Professional Development Plan. Dr. Veronica Corton.
It worked. Mr. President, board members, Dr. Noyola, senior team, and audience. I am here this evening to talk about one of my favorite topics, second probably to my kids, building human capital. And so this evening, I'm coming forward to get your consideration and hopefully approval of the 22-23 Professional Development Plan. So I'm going to kind of walk you through, big picture, walk you through our Professional Development Plan. And of course, it's all aligned to our strategic plan. If you look at goals 2 and 3, professional development is very aligned to both of those goals and the specific result statements that we have on the screen there. So within the requirements of the professional development plan, there's 2 different components. One of them are the required trainings, and the second one is locally designed professional development opportunities that we can, as a district, can navigate through. So with required trainings, we are very much on course and set, ready to go to complete all of our required trainings. We started that with our staff as they came back, and so we're rolling through the completion. I do want to mention that with our required trainings, there are some modules that we're able to do online, and that has helped tremendously to complete these. And our staff has had great feedback about that. The majority of my time with you all this evening, though, is going to be to look at the locally designed professional development opportunities that we have in our district. And so all that we do here in our district is really based on the Effective Schools framework. And so you can see on the screen there that there's an image with some different components, all targeted at effective instruction. And so as we go through the professional development that I'm going to describe, think about that, because everything that we're doing is to hit that target right in the middle. So I'm going to start first by talking about high quality instruction and assessments. Last spring, we came forward to you all to talk a little bit about our Teaching and Learning Framework 2.0. Very much driven with personalized learning and with a huge focus on blended learning as well. So what we've done since we met last spring and in preparation for some of the professional development, TLF 2.0 has certainly come to life. What it allowed us to do is to align some of our curriculum from one grade to the other to really make sure that we were going to be aligned and students wouldn't have gaps in their learning. But the other thing that it did is that it gave us a common language around instruction. If you look on that page, all of our professional development with curriculum and instruction comes back to one of those components on that page, simply because that's our roadmap. So teachers now have a lot of clarity with what we're looking for in the classroom. And not only that, I'm going to talk a little bit about assessment, because as you look at high quality instruction, you must have assessment. And so what we've been able to do this year is to really focus on how do you use assessments, adaptive assessments, to guide teaching and learning in our classroom. Really, really proud to say that as we have gone through this year, we have done a review of all of our programs. We're expanding our menu of adaptive assessments, and when you think about personalized learning, that's critical. So you also know that we have our NWEA MAP growth, and that has been a great professional development tool. Our students take that exam at the beginning, the middle, and the end of the year, but we have more frequent touch points. So as we're looking at high quality instruction and assessment, we constantly are in communication with our teachers and with our campus personnel about best practices. And of course, we all know that in the absence of great positive school culture, it's going to be really hard to maximize success. So two things, and these are just two of the items that we looked at or that I wanted to bring forward this evening. But the first of those dealt with our administrative kickoff. And so if you remember when we were at Camp Perry, we had about 140, 150 leaders from around the district, both campus and central office. And our focus that afternoon was to look at the power of a positive team. Why? Because there is a lot to be said for an organization where everybody knows exactly where they're going, they've got clarity with the roadmap, and they're able to get there just a little bit better. But the other thing, too, with the power of a positive team is that when you think about professional learning, we have equipped our campus and district leaders to be able to rally a team around a cause. What is the problem of practice, and how are we going to get there? But everybody has to have a piece of the investment in order for us to achieve those goals. So that was the first thing that we did with positive school culture. The second one, super, super excited about this one. We had a series of trainings that we launched last week. And in our trainings, that second bullet talks a little bit about professional learning communities. We realized that as a district, leaders cannot do this by themselves. They have to have an army of people huddled around their problem of practice. So on the left-hand side there, you see several of our middle school teachers as they came in. They had training in this room, actually. And it's all intently focused on looking at data and letting that guide our instruction. The professional development also is not a one-time thing. It'll be ongoing throughout the year. We are building teacher leaders in a very different way. We're giving them the skills to be able to look at data and guide instruction, but not just in their classroom. Their charge is to learn this so that they can pay it forward and bring their departments or their grade levels on board with them as well. So it's really a very different type of model with professional development, but we all know that until it gets to the level of the teacher, it's really hard to move the needle. So excited about that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how are we going to accomplish all that we want to do with professional development. And the magic is in the planning. So if you've been in our district for a while, layers of learning is probably a term that you remember. This year, we've kind of enhanced that, refined that a little bit to create a little bit of a different system. But it is our belief that if we are going to really move the needle and allow professional development to get us where we want to be with our instructional goals, it has to start from one layer and make its way all the way through the system. So I'm not going to go over every single component of our layers of learning. I do, however, want to look at that first yellow arrow up there, the district level instructional planning team. So Monday afternoons, we sit with Dr. Neola, a small group of us come together to talk about curriculum and instruction and to really look at the focuses that we have to have throughout the month in our organization, all driven by our most recent data. And I think there's a lot of power to that, because if you look at that, every single one of our leaders in our district is going to have a common language. And if you go back and you think about the power of a positive team, it's all about bringing everybody on board to help you achieve these goals. We don't do it by ourselves. And so layers of learning ensures that, plus it also ensures that we get into the classroom with every single one of our classroom teachers. When our principals come to their principals meetings now, they will have a layers of learning component. We work with them, we model it for them. They're a student with us at the district level, and then they're charged with taking that back to their campus. And so that way we're really making sure that all of the learning is making its way through the system. And so I'll close with a couple of things that we've learned about professional development. There are some things that we've learned these last few years. First of all, job-embedded coaching works. And so our professional development plan includes an intense amount of job-embedded coaching. What does that look like? It looks like we bring experts to the district and they go into the classrooms to be shoulder partners with teachers. And not just one time a year. They build a relationship with them and they're really their coach throughout the year. So we have that both at the elementary and secondary levels with several of our partners. The other thing too is that we can't personalize for the little people if we don't personalize for the big people. And so part of what we're doing this year is to really look at how do we personalize learning for every teacher. And I'll talk a little bit about the next couple of bullets because that's really going to help us to do the personalization. And then that third bullet, induction. I think we all know what it feels like to be new to our role, new to something, right? And so with our organization, we have found that the induction programs pay dividends on the back end. So we have now expanded our menu of induction programs. We have always had a teacher induction program. This year we've got an induction program for new assistant principals. We do that for new instructional coaches, and we also have our new Principals Institute. So every layer of our leadership has some type of induction program so that we can bring them in and share different lessons in leadership, but also make sure that they have clarity in their role. Number one priority for that. And then lastly, last year, several of our teachers participated in a teacher leadership series. This year, we have expanded our number that we're offering of teacher leadership series. They come in, it's voluntary, and they can come in and learn just about any topic, but all driven by instruction and also collaboration. So those are the biggest things that we've learned about professional development, and every plan has to have, in our district, every plan and every framework has to have a flavor of those four. And then I'm going to end with four big, huge smiles, three of our very own. And here's why I'm going to end with that. So last spring, we did our talent assessment. And one of the areas that we got feedback on is that principals wanted time to learn from their colleagues. They wanted time to collaborate and really learn from one another. So these three individuals are also the principals that helped us to build our principal residency program. But in the process, they have created a book study and a series of learning opportunities that they are delivering to their colleagues. And so Mike Reyes sits with his feeder campuses, Fernando does the same, and then Tina has our specialty schools. And they are actually delivering a curriculum on how to be a coach for their assistant principals. There is nobody else in this organization that knows what it feels like to be a principal besides their colleagues. And so I wanted to close with that because as you can kind of see through these slides, and this is just scraping the surface, right? But as you can see with these slides, it's all about being intentional and personalizing experience. And then the last thing that I'll say is that they have to learn from one another. That is the best professional development. And time again, our principals and our employees have told us that. And so we're able to really create those avenues for them this year. So before we jump into considering the approval of the 22-23 professional development plan, I will entertain questions if you have any.
You have the best job, I think.
I
So much
agree.
fun.
I love my job, and I think it is the funnest job in the district.
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Can you let us know, maybe dive a little deeper, or just at a high level, tell us, are there 360 sort of type of sort of measurements of each campus on a yearly basis? And what does that look like, and how is that information shared or used or anything like that? I mean, with regards to not only instruction and professional development, but culture and things like that, just so we get a sense of how does that work at the campus levels?
So I could talk a little bit about what we always do our needs assessment, and we sit and we work with each principal, and that's intently focused on curriculum instruction. I can tell you that right now we're looking at a student survey, because if you recall, our teacher incentive allotment had a component of student feedback, and so we are working with Panorama to make sure that we have that for this year. And in that entire survey, we will be able to work with the principal and provide that as at the campus level, but also look at every teacher. And the way that we're going to do that is to create surveys that are age appropriate for every student in our district. There's a lot to be said for the student voice. Every single one of our voices is important, but we all know when we talk to kids, they're going to give us a very different perspective. And so 360 is not necessarily for the entire campus culture, but we're moving in that direction with the student surveys. I will tell you, though, that we have done a lot around a 360 type of assessment for our leaders. Last year, we brought that in, and we learned a lot about what are their needs, and we told them, be honest with us. Like, if you're not comfortable in data analysis, like, now is the time to tell us so that we can work with you. But the other thing that we're bringing in are the 360s for our principal residents. We did that last year. We're learning about the process, because I would venture to say that that's probably going to be a practice that we bring in for more than just the principal residents.
Well, if anybody can do it, Veronica, you can, and I'll echo the president's remarks that your job is pretty cool, but you do it so well. Since you brought it up in terms of the organizational health type of aspect, I mean, obviously there are companies out there that kind of do that.
Sure.
I don't know that this district sort of needs a consultant. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Y'all can decide that. But the organizational health type of concept, which is kind of where you sort of took that answer and that which I loved. I mean, I feel that that's a great sort of learning opportunity for our principals and for our district leaders if we went to a concept of a yearly sort of organizational health assessment, because it really is sort of a reflection of the leadership and how are you doing, and it would be that sort of 360 evaluation for the leaders.
Sure.
I think it's something we can probably do here on our own, but I mean, that's for y'all to decide. Obviously, you got to measure something.
Right.
And if you don't pick something to measure, I mean, we're just wasting time and just, you know what I mean? So if it's not something you can measure, then we're pretty much wasting our time. So we got to figure out what we can measure, and then start to measure it, and then things magically begin to really, really improve. So anyway, I applaud you on your great work, what you're doing with professional development. I think it's awesome, and I enjoy your presentations always. Thank you.
And I do want to expand on something right quick, because with the residency, we're studying a lot. First of all, I agree with you. I think internally we have the talent to be able to look at those reports. And when we talk to Panorama, I said, well, I think we can get the reports. And with all the coaching and all of our training, I'm pretty confident that we can look at that data and interpret it and share it with the leaders. I will tell you that we are working on a data dashboard that is measuring all of the behaviors on our leadership definition. And it's going from, four different levels. And we have the rubric done. We're doing the dashboard through engaged learning, but our residents are going to have an executive coach, and that's how we're going to be measuring their growth, is through a rubric that is designed all around our behaviors. And so it has been a great process, because we've learned a lot about maybe this is something that we need to look at for every single one of our leaders, right? And not just principals, I think everybody in general. So we're doing that. And on the instructional side, we also have a rubric that we're creating, a different type of dashboard, so that all of our central office, like our army of instructional people at central office, will be in classrooms. And we've all got look-fors that we're going to be documenting. And then we come back and look at the trend data, because that's really going to inform, like, what type of professional learning opportunities do we need to bring to our teachers. questioning, the usuals, but there's so much that you can gather when you're looking at trend data. So those will be coming your way, I'm sure, pretty soon.
Mr. De Leon?
Veronica, to kind of tap into what Dr. Pettis was saying, I mean, the next one that we have is going to be the statewide student assessment accountability rating. And that's going to be something where, how are we going to get to that next level if we don't know how to get there? So I think a lot of this information in terms of gathering it, getting the results from it, understanding it, so that when we go to getting from a B to an A, we know what we need to do instead of just shotgunning and say, okay, what do we do? We're laser focusing on to get to A, we got to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and laser focus those specific things. So I think everything is fantastic, but and I think you're doing a great job. I'm excited about what that accountability structure is going to be, and how that check and balance is going to help when we go to accountability ratings, and how do we get to that next level with our district.
And I think the campus meetings, and Mrs. Garcia is going to come up here and talk a little bit about accountability, a lot of it. But I would tell you, I think collectively, when we left that CNI meeting yesterday, we all left there very inspired, because the systems that we're putting in place this year are going to help us get there. And we were all speaking curriculum and instruction, Dr. Neola and all of us. And there's a lot of value to that. Just us sitting around the table and creating the framework and saying, what are we going to do to build capacity? Because as much as we know here at central office, we know that until you equip those campus leaders that are there every day, we're not going to be able to sustain it. We can go in and do interventions with campuses, but those instructional leaders have to learn it. And so, I think a lot of it is just time to spend with each campus principal and going through every single component. How did you get here? What does that look like? What do your numbers look like? And what does each kid need? And we've said this time and time again, it's the personalization. We have to make sure that we have adaptive assessments and we're personalizing instruction for every child, because 2 or 3 kids can make a huge difference on an accountability system.
Any other comments? Excellent. I think we talk about this all night.
No, Mr. President, I just would like to move approval of the 2022-2023 Professional Development Plan as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Dr. Bettis. Was that you, Javier? Second by Javier. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want your job. Oh, did I say that?
Not yet. You don't have one.
I don't think you can do her job.
I know I can't. I wouldn't be able to. All right, second, 9B, statewide student assessments of 2022 accountability ratings report. Ms. Dalia Garcia.
All right, so good evening, Mr. President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Nola, senior team and audience. Presented for you today is our 2022 state accountability and assessment information. The state's requirement is for districts to present a brief overview of our STAR results for 2022 to the board. The reports here and some of the data you're going to see is information that comprises much of the data that we have shared with you throughout the spring testing season, of course, through summer, and some of the accountability information. Thank you. So the following slides will provide a high-level overview of our STAR performance and, of course, our accountability. So again, anytime we look at data, again, grounded on our district goals, Goal 3 will improve the learning experiences by using data that measures students' weaknesses and strengths in order to address their curricular needs. So in looking at the state assessment program, it encompasses several grade levels. It is the STAR, which is the State of Texas Assessment of Academic Readiness, and as well as TELPAS. What we call TELPAS is the Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System. And under the state assessment program, there are several options for students to take these assessments. Options that are afforded to students that are eligible for these. For STAR Online with embedded supports, that is, we are 100% doing STAR testing online, as well as with a few of the other assessments. But for STAR Online, it's 100%. We're 2 years ahead of what legislation said, that by 2023, all districts would be 100% online. We're 2 years ahead of that timeline. STAR Alternate 2 are for students who qualify for special education and have severe cognitive disabilities. That's afforded to a select group of students that qualify and are eligible for that. And then we also have some Spanish versions of the STAR test at the elementary level. Down below, you see our STAR, reading and math 3 through 8, science at 5th and 8th, social studies in grade 8. And then when we look at the high schools, you have 5 end-of-course assessments that are required for graduation. So this is quite a bit of data to look at. This is a little more granular. We do have a slide that kind of speaks a big picture that's really telling. But as you look at this particular graph or graphs, this particular one is our performance in the STAR assessment. We have different performance levels in the STAR assessment program. We have the did not meet, we have the approaches, we have the meets, and then we have our master's performance. And you see that definition down below for approaches. Performance in this category indicates the students are likely to succeed in the next grade level. They might be needing some additional support in the coming year, but again, these students are very likely to succeed in the next school year and are doing so. So if we look at that first section there, that very top left quadrant, this is the area of reading. So you have it very granular there, broken down by grade levels. You see the graphs right below and the data tables right above that. So in blue, did populate these graphs, noting 2019. That was pre-COVID, because it's important to know where we were pre-COVID, and then of course now kind of resurfacing post-COVID. So you see that 2019 data in that blue bar. You see 2021 in that yellow bar, and then you see 2022 in that orange bar. The state and the region are also notated on there because we usually use the region, kind of see this is what the makeup of our district is, and we like to closely align and use a barometer against the region, but we also want to pair ourselves against the state to see how well we're doing against the state, because we all know a lot of the decisions that are made with state data. So again, just looking at those 3 different lenses, keeping in mind during 2021, that was a year that students were under very different learning pathways. We had a lot of students learning virtually from home. We had students that are coming into the classroom, and of course those that were hybrid. So keeping that in mind for 2021, and then the post-COVID recovery efforts. So in that section, again, you see the reading performance. You see gains pretty much across those grade levels in the reading sector compared to our 2021 performance. So we want to see that orange bar kind of peek through beyond the blue and the yellow in comparisons to prior years. Again, you see that little triangle. Sometimes the triangle for state assessment and that region bubble overlap, but you see the state and the region, the very similar trends when you compare us to those 2 entities. You'll also notice at the very top in that reading section, some shading in blue, right? You see HCISD 2022 in 3rd grade, it's shaded in blue, it's a 76. In 4th grade, a 76 approaches level. Those shadings in blue are just really an indicator, a quick eye glance to show that we were at or above the state in those sections. We made a lot of gains in the area of reading through COVID. When you look at math, there were some gains in the math area, but certainly some areas we will need to review and recover from. Those were the trends across the state and the region when you start looking at our data compared to the state and the region. If you look on the far right, again, you see the math, same makeup of the graphs. You do see HCISD there, 2022, trying to surpass the state and the region in some of those areas who are at or above. You see some blue shading there in comparison to the state. Again, very similar trends when you look at the state and the region with the little triangle and that little blue bubble. But math certainly, while we had improved from prior years, we're still recovering from significant impacts of COVID in that sector. And math, as we know, is very foundational, right? You got a lot of skills that build upon each other year over year. So that's an area that was felt not just here in the district, but across the state. And then the areas below, you have your social studies and science. Again, similar suit, comparing ourselves to the prior year during 2021, and then seeing where we were pre-COVID during 2019. Again, you see those diamonds and those little regions, very similar in line with the performance for our 2022. This next slide, again, very similar. I'm not going to spend some time going through this because I think there's another powerful slide, but this is the meets performance of our students. Again, similar makeup with the reading. We did have an area of English too that we did surpass the state, and again, surpass some of the rates that we had pre-COVID. So our English performance was well above some of the performance that we were during pre-COVID. In the area of math, you see that performance there as well. Again, very similar to the state and the region and your social studies and science. And then one of the last slides here, just showing granular data, is in the area of master's performance levels, again, in the same subject areas for reading, math, science, and social studies. One thing I neglected to mention is that you don't see the writing component in here because writing was removed from STAR, and writing will be embedded in the new STAR redesign. So I neglected to mention that. You're not going to see writing, but you used to in prior years. Again, this is your section on master's performance levels across those same subject areas. So this next slide I did want to bring your attention to. You're looking at, on the previous slides, there's a lot of data there speaking to the performance, those 3 different performance levels across each grade level. That is a lot of data to look at, but when you look at performance across content areas, this slide speaks to that. And so I think it's a little more visually appealing, and it's very telling on the data that's rendering from the performance of our students. If you look at that first section there is ELA reading, which is your 3 through 8th reading and your English 1, English 2. You see the approaches, meets, and masters on the left side, but consecutively, or it's approaches, meets right in the middle, and of course your master's performance. This does date back to 2017 because it really tells a story of a lot of the gains that were being made over the course of those years. For 2017, 2018, 2019, you do see that upward trajectory little by little for the district, and the district performance is in that blue. And then the state performance, again, just because we want to measure ourselves against the state, is in gray. But you do see that across each of those subject areas, some of the gains from 2017 over time, 2018, 2019. And then we hit that missing year of 2020, which you see there noted in little COVID vertical. You do see that missing 2020. If you recall, the commissioner or the governor did cancel state assessment for 2020. But when you look at the performance of our 2019 to 2021, and I'm looking in particular into that first section of ELA reading, for 2019, 2021, you do see dips. We do see some COVID slides, that's what they're referencing. So if we're looking at the approaches in that very first section, approaches for the ELA reading, we were at a 75 back in 2019. We had that COVID slide showing a 64 at approaches. But I want you to take a look at the 2022 performance. And again, this is all reading as a subject area. For 2022, for approaches, we're at a 75. So definite gains post-COVID in the recovery efforts, but also looking at the prior years, even in that sector in the reading, that we were matching pre-COVID rates in 2019 and even surpassing 2017 and 2018 reading performance. And you see that in some of the other measures as well. In the meets there again, you see that small dip in reading with the COVID slide, but you see the momentum gaining from that 38% in the meets for the reading up to the 50%. So again, some of the recovery efforts there, and then your master's performance. In the area of math, in that next section, you do see that COVID slide hit a little more in the math. And again, that was seen across the state as well. If you look at the math section under the approaches, pre-COVID, we're at an 85%. You do see that slide, the COVID slide, down to 56. But look at our performance in 2022, that's 71% at approaches. We were almost at the state rate that's shown there at 72, but our gains are much bigger in the math than the state gains were in that sector. Again, much work to do in the area of mathematics, but again, just noting the performance and noticing some of the recovery efforts there in the instructional areas. Science as well, very, very similar to the state performance. You do see that increase, and then of course the COVID slide, and then the resurgence there in 2022. And then social studies, again, encompasses your 8th grade social studies and the U.S. history combined. So it says a lot about some of the recovery efforts when you look at 2022 and where we were post-COVID, and of course paired against our 2021. A lot of the work in the classroom teachers are doing, a lot of the personalized instruction, and a lot of the work that I know Ms. Romero, Dr. V, and Dr. Portan are working on with personalizing instruction and speaking to those pieces. The other assessment that we're looking at that the state assesses is for TELPAS. So TELPAS is designed for students that are limited English proficient. They're called, their new name, they're emergent bilinguals. This tests students in learning how well they learn the English language. So TELPAS there assesses English language proficiency in K through 12s, or English language learners, and they do assess them in 4 domains. So TELPAS has 4 different testing pieces that encompass a composite rating. So each of these kids, K through 12, that are emergent bilinguals, take the test. So they have the listening, speaking, reading, and writing. These 4 different components, again, comprise of a composite score. And that composite score, essentially, what this is looking at is that the state rate, the English learners target was for 36% of the students to meet that proficiency level. And what I mean by proficiency level is when the students take the TELPAS, and if I'm taking the TELPAS last year and I'm at beginning, right? I score a composite beginning, that this spring for 2022, I'm moving up a level. And I'm not a beginner, I'm an advanced, right? I'm moving that performance, and so we're looking at gains in performance of students in the TELPAS proficiency. Did they make that gains from beginning to advanced, from advanced to advanced high? And that's what constitutes those proficiency levels. So the state target was at 36, and our HCISD outcome was 39%. So we met that goal when we look at the students really making those gains and earning that proficiency level. So now kind of moving on to accountability. So accountability, there's 150 plus page manual speaking to all the methodologies, all the calculations, and all the intricacies involved with the accountability system. The last time we received a rating was back in 2019. And you see our score there in 2019. Districts and campuses received a letter rating. We did achieve a 92, but because of a Force B rule with one of our particular campuses earning a D, we were restricted to an 89. Prior in 2018, we're at an 87. And then COVID happened, and we were not rated for 2 particular years of 2020 and 2021. In 2021, we had students come in to test, and some that opted not to come into test, because again, 2021 was the year that we had students under different learning pathways, and some were at home and did not come into test. But we still had some great participation in 2021 for STAR, TELPAS, under the state assessment. So we had that data to use for this coming year. When you look at our overall score for accountability, which will be on the next slide, it's important to know the percentages that surround the weighting on these different indicators. And so when we look at student achievement, school progress, and closing the gaps, it is really a strength-based system. So the better of achievement or progress is weighted at 70%. So it looks at our student achievement, what our students are performing in the area of approaches, meets, and masters in that academic performance. And then it looks at the school progress in terms of our student growth. Our students making those gains in growth and going from approaches to meets and making those gains. That section is also looking at relative performance as another part to that school progress. Closing the Gaps is all about the federal system, and it's really looking at 14 different ethnicity and races, along with all the special sub-pops and the performance. Did they hit that particular target? Yes or no? And then that counts as 30%. So a lot of little moving pieces within each of these, but overall, again, 70% better off for student achievement or school progress, and then 30% closing the gaps. You see the ABC scores there, and they're scoring there from 90 to 100, 80 to 89. Those that were below a 70 were classified as not rated in an effort from the state to not sanction districts and campuses for their performance post-COVID in those recovery efforts. So as we look at how we fared in the accountability system for 2022, looking at the STAR performance, looking at some of the gains of our students, and of course the performance of some of our subpopulations in Domain 3, this is what it looks like. This is available for the public to see. It is online. So as a district here, our overall rating was an 89B. Again, looking at those three sections that encompass the accountability system is your student achievement. Under your student achievement, the district is rated just like the high schools are with those particular components. So under student achievement, you see the STAR performance. Again, the approaches, meets, and masters performance of our kids. College, career, military readiness is in there, or CCMR. How many students are earning a CCMR indicator by the time they graduate? And then, of course, our graduation rate is enveloped in there. So 84% for student achievement. The school progress, those are two different parts in school progress, academic growth, which we talked about, and then the relative performance there. That column that says component score, that is just the mathematical rendering of all the methodology that goes behind the calculations. In order, again, to make sense of some of these component scores, TEA does scale it to the score that you see under scaled score. So under school progress, we were a 91, and very strong right below that with academic growth at a 90, which is huge compared to our performance in 2019, and then relative performance at 91. So we do carry that 91 as the strongest performance, weighted at 70%, and then closing the gaps, we were an 83 when you start looking at all the components under closing the gaps. So that encompasses your 91 at 70% and your closing the gaps 83 at 30% for an overall score of an 89. So very within reach of an A. Unfortunately, we didn't make that A, but very within reach as we start looking at some of the granular data and visiting with campuses. And so one of the things we did back in 2019 and continue to do each year and have started this year, and I know Dr. V and Ms. Cortan, or Dr. Cortan and Ms. Romero are joining us, is we're visiting every campus. I think we're on campus number 11 or so. We're visiting every campus, specifically on site, to visit with their principal, their assistant principal, and instructional coach, really personalizing our time with them and going over each of these pieces. And like Dr. Cortan mentioned, in some instances, it was a matter of 4 students that could have moved the lever into the next letter grade. In some instances, it was 12 students. And so them understanding the impact of the student growth that plays into Domain 3 and into Domain 1 and so forth really is impactful. But we do spend our time with campus administration. And so we are visiting every single campus within the next, I think, in the next week or two, we should be complete with visiting campuses so that they really understand the areas that they need to address, the special populations that need attention, and then, of course, start talking about some of the intentional instructional efforts to be made to support these students in personalized instruction. So, and on this, one of these second to the last slide is just an overview of our campus performance. You see our 2022 accountability rating for many of these campuses, and then their distinction. So a lot of celebrations here. We did have, if you look at that very far right little summary table, we did have 8 A's overall. Back in 2019, we had 7, so we regrouped to an additional campus for an A, 15 B campuses and then 4 that were Cs. And that 4 that were Cs were right at the brink of 77, 79, right? So almost teeter-tottering within the next letter grade. So a lot to celebrate there. You do see the distinctions with those dots on the far right. Campuses are eligible to earn distinctions based on their performance against their group of 40 that are most similar to their makeup across the state. So they needed to be in the top quartile of performance to get their distinction. And we earned 67, with our strongest performance there being in the area of growth with 15, top 25% academic growth. 15 campuses really honed in on that growth component. And again, speaking to those A's and student growth is going to be very impactful when it comes to student making gains from one year to the next, whether we're talking about STAR or we're talking about other different measures. But when you look at 14 A's, a good majority of them there in the elementary, that says a lot to the work that's being done across the board with students understanding the student agency, knowing where they are, and being able to build upon that and honing in on their skills that they're strong in, and of course the areas that require more work. So overall here on this slide, we had 22 of 27 earn at least one distinction, and 2 campuses earning all eligible distinctions. So they earned them all, which was Harlingen School of Health Professions and Bowie Elementary. They did earn all applicable distinctions. And so I heard Mr. De Leon speak about upcoming accountability and some of the changes. There are going to be some really good changes on the forefront with 2023 accountability. The state has mentioned, TA has mentioned that they're going to release that in the fall. Hopefully it'll be released next month, but they did say in the fall. Again, a lot of changes when it comes to now post-COVID. TA is getting all that data from spring, reassessing and resetting some of their targets that are shown in our Domain 3, and of course, what constitutes an A. So they're, again, aggregating all they have their psychometricians working all those pieces, but there's going to be some substantial changes in accountability, particularly in the area of Domain 3 and in the area of student growth, and then, of course, in Domain 1 with their student achievement. So I think we're going to really like to see some of the changes because it's going to credit some of the students for gains that they're making over time and credit some of the campuses for their improvement year over year. Another big change is coming in the area of STAR. So STAR redesign is coming up in 2023. Again, it's all online. We've done that for the past 2 years. There's a little change in the way the assessment is formatted. It is capping some of the multiple choice items and having a little more free response, short answer questions. There's some new item types in there that students can anticipate seeing. And then, of course, 3 through 8th, reading language arts and EOCs. Now that 4 and 7 writing is not an assessment anymore, we can anticipate seeing some of the writing components embedded into your reading language arts and your end of course. So it's not gone away yet, it's just enveloped into the existing. And so we're going to start seeing a lot of the more intentional practices at the campus, really embedding writing into their science, embedding writing into their social studies, and of course their math. And then one of the last items there is likely new cut points, and I spoke to that with some of the changes in approaches, meets, and masters with the new accountability for 2023. So a lot of changes up ahead with STAR redesign and changes with accountability. But many of them look very promising in terms of the changes that are to come. So while some of this while the STAR data is lag data, there are a lot of other metrics. I know we've spoken about that in the past. I heard MAP testing. There's a lot of other measures that we can use now to really start digging in deep with the campuses and start addressing the needs of our kids. But with that, I will conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Any questions, comments?
You want to start? Or?
You want to go first?
Well, I just sort of think great presentation. Thank you for that. So my question is, and obviously I like how you're looking forward and anticipating, and meeting with all the campuses. It sounds like you're going to be done pretty soon in terms of putting together a sort of structured approach to how to go forward and how do we learn and get better to get that A at all campuses potentially, but obviously at least improve a grade level at all campuses. talking about the 4 campuses that got Cs, I wanted to ask you this. And again, I know that they're changing the mark, they're changing the measuring things, and they're changing the plan and things like that, and it may help us, and in some cases it may not, but my question is, if those 4 campuses had gotten Bs, my question for you is, would we, as a district, would that have pushed us over into the A, just right there? Just a question.
Yes.
Okay. So where, in your opinion, did we miss the mark in those 4 campuses? Because we kind of knew where they were already. Were they given sufficient support in those, in your opinion? Were they given sufficient support? And, I mean, I guess I want to know, as a board member, I want to know, did we fail them in some way? Or was it unavoidable? Was it a leadership issue? Was it an instructional issue? Was it a lack of counselors? Was it I would like to know a little bit more deeper. Why did we not get an A? Why did we have those 4 Cs, and why were they not Bs? Because we kind of knew where they were, and yet we didn't get there. So that's my question.
Great question. So we were actually at one of the campuses this morning. Dr. V and I were at one of the campuses, and of course, again, they're joining us. We're all meeting together as a group with these campuses and really diving in deep, granular. There was some performance in the special population areas, which are most vulnerable subgroups that just didn't meet the mark, right? When you talk about closing the gaps and you talk about those 14 different race and ethnicities and special populations, some were just 1% off, 2% off from it in the target. And in that domain 3, it's a little unforgiving in terms of if you didn't hit the target, it's a yes, no. And so in some instances, it could have just been a couple of kids that would have bumped us over. But and looking at the performance on our special ed education, while they have made improvements, we still need to make continuous improvements in that sector. There was a lot to be said on student growth, that as much as we have students that are making gains, we do have some students that could do better, right, in terms of the growth from growing to approaches to meets and whatnot. But I would have to say just at a glance, it's some of our performance with our special populations in meeting some of those meets performance, because we're talking about, especially in domain 3, really looking at the performance of our students, not just at the approaches, but at the meets for both math and reading. And I'll turn it over to Dr. V and Ms. Romero so they can maybe highlight a few other pieces with some of the campuses.
So with elementary, I'm going to speak specifically with the one campus, Jefferson. They actually didn't they missed their TELPAS mark. It had to be 36%. So that alone is 10 points, which would have moved that to a B. In my other campus, there was one particular classroom that didn't have the growth it should. In elementary, if you can get your growth right, 85%, because 70% you move forward, and then 15% of that domain 3, 50%, which is 15 points, you can move forward. But in both of those different situations, the growth is super important. As you can see, those campuses that fared very well, if you look at their growth, it was good. But you also look at the pattern of the ones that didn't fare well, and you see that the growth is not good. So moving forward, we do data chats. Our first data chat is going to be on growth specifically. In elementary, it applies to our 4th and 5th graders specifically. So we hit the ground with what did they get last year, what do they have to get this year, making sure that the teachers know exactly and the students have that student agency. I have to get 24 questions right in order to maintain or grow another performance level. But in my cases, those were the special pops like Ms. Garcia spoke to. In Jefferson, they missed that mark, which is 10 points in your domain 3, which would have probably pushed them to that B.
Good evening. Speaking about Dr. Cano, Dr. Cano was one of our C campuses, and the area that most impacted them was the area of algebra. And so there at Dr. Cano Freshman Academy with algebra students, we had a participation rate that came in at 90%, and this year was 100. So you roughly had around 10% of students that last year didn't take an 8th grade math test, and this year took an algebra EOC. Okay, so what happened at the campus was when they began remediating students on the benchmark, they were remediating as a whole. And really, they realized today that we should have had two groups. Those that didn't perform well on the benchmark, but also those that were going to count for growth this year. Because if you did not have a test last year, an 8th grade math test last year, you wouldn't count for growth this year. And so what they were focusing on was just the benchmark remediation as opposed to separating them into two groups because two different types of remediation was needed for those students. And then at our other campus, which is Coakley Middle School, it was more of a programming and instructional issue. Ms. Garcia spoke about the special populations as well, and in particular one certain grade level where they weren't meeting the mark when it came to the special populations. And so again, we met again with Coakley today to make sure that we have systems in place with support from various departments to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Javier?
Great presentation. I want to applaud all the teachers for all the hard work that went through it. So some of the questions I want to ask is, please, I don't want it to be taken the wrong way because I think we're doing an amazing job. I think we have the best administrators in the state of Texas. Dalia, the data that you provide, it's second to none. But I will say that I think two of the biggest, and I'll speak on behalf of myself, and I'm sure my colleagues have gotten a lot of calls, especially on the safety, but I think the two biggest concerns that I've received in terms of calls has been safety, obviously we all know about that one, and this grading system. I was in a workshop about maybe 2.5 weeks ago, and it was a group of realtors throughout the valley, and they were talking about strategic home developing, and one of the things was they were bragging about the schools in the other areas that had A's, and that is a selling point when business and industry is coming into the city. And they said one of the reasons why they were talking about that because they knew I was on the board. So I'd like to. There's so much data and to kind of to look at, but I'd like to see if we can simplify some of the data that you're giving us, because y'all work on it for hours and days and weeks and months. We see it in a very, very short period of time. I'd kind of like to look, when we see this data, I'd like to see two things. One, I'd like to see the data compared to the state that you have, but I'd like to see it compared to South Texas. Because we don't know if we're doing great if we're not comparing ourselves to anyone else except the state. And we may be above where we're supposed to be, but if other school districts are double above what we're doing, then we need to know that as well. And I think the second one, and I don't want to filibuster this thing, but I think it's very, very important. And so one of the things that I want to see is I want to see where we're comparing ourselves to other schools, because all I ever see is just the state, but I don't know how McAllen's doing, how Mission is doing. I know a lot of those schools received A's, and I know they had the same situation, same concerns. Students are special ed over there as well. Kids are kids. It's just different schools. So I'd like to see comparisons that are very easy to read. I would also like to see where we have a one-page strategic strategy of how we plan to go from a B in 2019. We received an 87 in 2019, correct me if I'm wrong, and then we had no ratings because of COVID, and then in 2022 we received an 89, even though we say, well, but if we did this and this, it's a 90. Well, when a kid takes a report card home and he has a B, he doesn't say, well, really it's an A, but parents going to say, what does the report card say? That's what I'm going to judge you on. That's what the community is judging us on, is an 89. So I would really like to see, and Nolan had asked some questions, why? I think those are some of the strategic things that we've learned from what we've missed to say, look, these schools in the past have not scored as well for whatever reason. but this is what we want to put in place. We want to do A, B, C, and D, and then maybe apply that to all the other schools so that they're not in that same situation. But I don't see and maybe I've missed it, Dr. Neola. Maybe it's in a packet that's like 50 pages, 100 pages long, but I don't see a one-page strategy, kind of like with Mr. Castillo on safety. He summarizes it and bullets it, and it's easy to read and review it. I would kind of like to see that same game plan on this here as well, so that we could look at where do we fall? How can we help? Does the board need to put more money? Absolutely, we have no problem doing that. And so we just need to look at where are the deficiencies? Were they the same deficiencies in 2019 when we got an 87? Obviously, we did better because we went to an 87 to an 89. Is it the same deficiencies? If it is, then we need to be laser focused on fixing that. If it's different deficiencies, then we look at that. Is it a moving target that every time it's different? I don't know. But I really do think that we need to kind of look at getting some one-page summaries, and I know it's hard because there's just so much data, but you give a lot of this information to the principals of each school, and you give them a big packet. They're going to spend a long time trying to read it themselves. I'm assuming if I was a principal or assistant principal, I'd want help from Ms. Corton. I'd want help from all of y'all saying, where did I miss the mark? Where did I help me? Where did I go wrong? What do I need to focus on? What do I need to target on so that I can really get my team to move on that? And so there's a lot of we pride ourselves at being the premier school. We're doing amazing things, all these academies that we're doing, but all the activities that we're doing has to match the grade that we're getting. And so I applaud all the hard work that we're doing. I applaud the teachers. It's a thankless job. It's a lot of work, but we live in a day of a grading system. And it is what it is. And so I know I want to see how do we get from an 87 to an 89 to a 90 like a lot of the other school districts in the Valley have gotten. And I don't want to say names of schools because I may get it wrong, but there's a lot of schools that received an A. Why did they get it? Did we go to those schools? Did we ask them? We need to put our pride aside and go to some of those schools and say, hey, how did you handle the special ed that you ended up getting an A for the past 2 times? And we've been at an 87 and 89. So I'd like to see a summary of strategically, what are you going to be doing differently that we did in 2019 and 2022? And it's nice that we're doing better. We're better off than we were when COVID hit. It's nice that we're maybe above state or we're close to state, but are we doing better than a lot of the other school districts? So Mr. President, with that said, I'll go ahead and yield the rest of my time. But again,
you don't have any more time, sir.
Debbie didn't give me the 30 seconds. Debbie, you didn't give me the 30-second count. I just want to end it that again, and I wanted to state at the beginning. This has nothing to do with the great work administration is doing, the leadership that Dr. Neola is doing, the amazing work that our teachers are doing. I don't want to think it's a thankless, we're not appreciative of it. I just want to see what can we do as a board to help them get to the A, because it's not just 1 or 2 people that are looking at, businesses and industry are looking at our grades. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. Anybody else?
I just, so I think, I love data, right? So I like to look at all of it and kind of, I think the one-pager would be great, like just some just like talking points too, and I think that would help us like maybe say, okay, these are things I want to delve into, I feel I need to delve into a little bit more. So I'm gonna go back to the start because I just have like an overall like question and it's not just us, I see the trend is there, right? But overall, like what is happening in middle school, like 6th and 8th grade, like the 6th reading, it just like, overall state and us, right? It's just like, and math, 8th grade. Like, I feel like those are really key. Like after 8th grade, right? We're moving to Kano, and 6th grade, right? It's that first middle school year. And it's just like this overall, to me, drastic, like dip in the data. And I mean, obviously that factors into that area of performance, right? So I think for me, I'm looking at that going, wow, like that's a big, those are some big dips there, right? And I don't know if there's anything that speaks to why overall, right? It's not just in us, but like overall, I'm seeing that, you know.
So when you look at sixth grade reading in particular, when you go from the fifth grade math to sixth grade reading, it becomes a lot more academic in the vocabulary that's utilized in the text. And so it's up to us to increase that rigor in the sixth grade level. And so you'll see that a lot often across the state because the academic language, it significantly increases from the fifth grade text to the sixth grade text. And then when you look at the eighth grade math, because it was separated into eighth grade math and then there was algebra. So the eighth grade math score that you see there does not include your algebra students at the middle school. Those are taken out and included with the overall district algebra score. So I think it may behoove us to maybe, we could include that in some instance. You can really get a full picture of what that eighth grade math looks like because it takes out roughly around 500 students that we have at the middle school level that take the algebra end of course exam.
And then just our part, because we work as a team in elementary, and our end is getting more of the kids to the meets, pushing them. You saw a lot of growth, and going back to Mr. De Leon, the simplest thing I can say with the accountability is focus on the growth. The analogy I'll give you is if you pull on a string, you know how it'll come. So if you pull on the growth, the achievement will come with it. So that's one of the areas that we just have to illuminate, because if kids aren't growing, we want all children to grow, whether you're high, low, middle. We should be adding value to every child that walks in our classrooms. And so if we have that as a goal and teachers really do that blended learning, individualization, student agency, it's going to come. But going back to our middle schools, that's why we really try to prepare them. The work we've done with our literacy plan over all these years, we're starting to do that with the math as well, just making sure that those students, as Dr. Vera said, the test does get more rigorous. So what can we make sure that they're on par, and when they're getting there, they're ready to make that transition. So just from our end, that's what we look at.
Mr. President, just briefly, I just want to maybe note a few things. Many of the Bs that we saw were 88, 89. They're right there. And again, kind of what we're hearing, it's a few kids. And I go back to last year, not this year, last year when Dr. Noyola said, we're going to give you time, right? It's going to take time, but we're doing the right stuff, and trust us to get it right. And what I notice in the trends is, we're used to being above, right at state, right? We're used to just sitting there. And what that chart that you showed, Ms. Garcia, where it's like the trends over time, it's so clear how the setting that our kids live and work and breathe in, right? That when we fall faster than the rest of the state, right? So we're sitting right at the state, but then when our kids are not in school in the way that we're used to having them and things are happening, we just plummeted. So we now have to go back, I think, into what you said. Like, we know what to do, we know how to get there, and we're headed back in the right way. And the comments, I think, are true, right? Like, we want to know as board members that we're doing everything we can to get you back to where you were and beyond, right? We want to see that growth continue and continue. We'll probably be having this conversation. Well, how come we're not a 94? Whatever. That's good. That's good. It's good to push us. So I just feel like we have to have the grace to understand that we fell hard. We fell harder than the state, but we're already shooting in the right direction, and so that progress, that closing the gap, et cetera. Really proud of the quick reactions out there, talking, showing, pointing out how you can really make the difference, right? There's teaching and then there's scoring. We do great teaching. We got to learn to do the scoring. So anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you for the comments, and I'll just wrap up real quick. I think that, as you can see, the board this is a hot topic. We're really concerned. We want to make sure that we're closing the gaps, and if there's anything we can do, we definitely want to be part of that process. And just, I believe, if you can go back to the presentation real quick, just to show one slide, the slide performance trends, all grades by subjects, it's a blue one. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is like the money shot right here, right? This is the one that really tells the story of everything. And if we look at the mathematics, so just so that I want to make sure I'm reading this, interpreting it, I've been known to interpret stuff wrong. I get in trouble with my wife all the time. It's supposed to be a joke. But if we go to masters, right, and we're looking at mathematics, the real gap is between a 27 and a 14. Do you agree? Do we agree? Yes, okay.
Yes.
And so that's really, and those are not percentage points. What can you help me understand, like, how do we get from, and I know that's the magic question, but in a general, how do we get from 14 to 27? And are we doing this, are we breaking it down like this at every school level? I'm assuming we are, right?
Yes, we do have, during our campus data visits, we go very granular into, like Mr. Romero mentioned, it was 2 kids, it was 4 kids, right, that could have pulled that lever.
Right. But how do we go from 14 to 27? I know that's the magic question, and that's the stuff we're discussing. Right, Joseph? Lori? Okay, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure.
Well, and a couple, I appreciate you, opportunity one more time, and I think this is a great point you make, Bobby. And if you think about it, and again, these points are all excellent. We took a huge drop, but if you extrapolate where we would have been, 22, 25, 27, 29, we would have probably been at 31 this year. Go back up to the approaches, 82, 83, 85, 86, 87. I mean, if you just kind of extrapolate it out, right? Taking out the COVID effect, right? So that's our sort of thing. How do we get back to where we would have been organically, naturally, in the evolution of where we were before COVID, with the innovative sort of people that we have, leadership? I want to go back to a couple of points, and I thank my honorable colleague to my left, Javier, that's not politically, that's physically to my left, for his filibuster was awesome, and I agree with everything he said. I want to add one point to that, because he mentioned districts, and I'm not going to name another district as well, like him. But I'm going to point out this. This district, than every other district out there with an A, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I think I'm right about this. This district has a stronger budget. We have more money. We have less, we have less problems with physical spaces, with facilities. We have a stronger budget in every aspect of that. Yet we didn't get an A, they did, number one. Number two, I want to also point out that, yes, I mean, we owe it to our community to be an A. We owe it to our economy, we owe it to our taxpayers, and let's not forget that people vote strongest with their feet. And I hope nobody's leaving, I don't think they are, but maybe they're not coming as fast as they should be now, or they could be, because we did not get that A. And last thing I will say is, we have not only a budget and the strong leadership, we even have extra help. We have the Holdsworth. That's an extra $6 million investment in professional development. Speaking of that, Dr. Cortan, it's an extra money that we have. Why are we not using some of those strongest leaders? And ironically, one of the participants is at our 9th grade academy. She's terrific, by the way. She's a phenomenal leader, right? But why can't we, and maybe it was just an error in support, not enough support, an error in strategy, lots of things that you kind of, all three of y'all alluded to. But why don't we put our strongest minds and our strongest leaders on getting us to where we need to be? Let's put a more intense focus, to use your analogy. Let's pull the strings in the right ways, but let's also have the right people pulling those strings, right? And so I hope that this board, if nothing else, has shown you that we're pulling that string right now and what we expect in the next year. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. All right, moving on to, Greg.
I don't have in my packet a complete copy of all the charts you showed. Could you get us each one a complete copy?
Yes,
of the
absolutely.
of the
I'll submit it for Fridays.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other discussion? All right, moving on to item number 10, matters relating to business services. A, consideration for approval to award construction services contract for the Harlingen CSD 2022-2023 HVAC improvements at Coakley Middle School, Long Elementary, and Wilson Elementary, bid CNS T0922-3.
Board members. Agenda item 10A is consideration and approval of the HVAC projects for Coakley, Long, and Wilson Elementary. The ranking committee met and ranked the 3 proposals last week. We're recommending the top-ranked proposal of central air and heating system at a cost of $2,275,891. This project will be paid using the ESSER federal funds. We did discuss this at the facility committee last week. We recommend approval.
Mr. President, I move for approval as recommended by staff.
Second?
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Powers, a second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Going to item 10B, consideration for approval to award construction services contract for the Harlingen CSD 2022-2023 HVAC improvements at Bowie Elementary and Gutierrez Middle School of Arts and Sciences, bid number CNS T0922-1. Julio Cavazos.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz, Dr. Neola, board members. Agenda item 10B is consideration and approval of the HVAC projects for Bowie and Gutierrez Middle School. Ranking committee met and ranked the 2 proposals last week as well. We're recommending the top-ranked proposal of central air and heating system at a cost of $2,488,000. This project will also be paid using the ESSER federal funds. We did discuss this last week as well. We recommend approval.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I make a motion for approval to award the construction service contract for the Harlingen CISD 2022-2023 HVAC improvements at Bowie Elementary and Gutierrez Middle School of Arts and Science.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. DeLeon and a second by Mr. Powers. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Going to item 11, matters relating to human services. A, consideration for approval of recommended revisions to policy update 119 on second reading. Ms. Debbie Scoggins.
Thank you and good evening, Dr. Muniz, Dr. Noyola, members of the board, senior team, and audience. Item 11A includes 9 policy updates pertaining to records management, required staff development, basic instructional program, curriculum design, special programs, special education identification, evaluation, and eligibility, special programs, academic achievement, crisis intervention, and trauma-informed care and student welfare. Administration recommends approval of recommended revisions to Policy Update 119 on second reading.
Do I have a motion?
Go ahead. I move for approval of recommended policy revisions as recommended by staff.
Second?
I have a motion by Greg Powers, a second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Going on to item number 12, matters relating to district operations. 12A, Facilities and Safety Committee Report, Mr. Oscar Tapia.
President Muniz, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. On September 6th, we had a Facilities Committee meeting. First item we discussed was the school safety report. Dr. Villarreal did give an update on the safety committee design and their latest work. And then also we took a recess to tour the new TV camera monitoring surveillance systems over here at in this building at the east side, and discussed the middle schools and elementary schools that are being viewed by the new security officers that have been hired to do that work. We then discussed the ESSER-funded projects, gave an update on their air conditioning projects for the new chillers at Stewart Place and Rodriguez that had been installed. Units arrived for Crockett, but we have pending units still at a couple elementaries that hopefully we'll get by the end of the month. On the re-roofing, also ESSER projects, we had two projects, one with Megamorphosis, which is doing the high school, Harlingen High School, several wings and a couple of areas at South, and doors and windows improvements at the Cardinal campus as well. Genetic Architects is working on several mini gym metal roofs at 4 or 5 elementary schools, and bitumen roofing systems at Vernon and the administration annex next door. Also, window and door improvements at Coakley, Harlingen South, Bonham, Bowie, Dishman, and a few other little elementary, several doors and windows that need to be improved. And again, all these are being paid by ESSER funds. The district's TRE projects, we discussed the progress at the Early Childhood Academy, the center. We discussed the interior work, which is pretty much complete. And then the exterior, they've poured the slabs to start the new additions on the south side, and they're prepping for pouring later this week on the north side. On the marquees, they're finally arrived and complete and have been put up. We've already erected marquees at STEM Academy, Dr. Rodriguez Elementary, and Travis Elementary. This week they're at Crockett and Dishman, and they'll continue as soon as the weather permits to complete them all within the next couple of weeks. The First Responders Project, they're about 15% complete. Doing exterior metal panel painting, interior gypsum board, walls and paint, electric demolition for some new electrical work they're doing and so forth. So gave an update on that. On the fire alarms, we hired Safeguard at the last board meeting. Notice to proceed has been issued, submittal package submitted to the engineer for review. So though we're just waiting for the materials to come in, and this work will be at Austin and Lamar. The intercom system is for Milam, and that was awarded to Supernova at the last board meeting, and they've also received the notice to proceed, contract signed, so waiting for the materials to come in and get that project underway. The parking lot upgrades at Wilson Elementary, they've done all the overlay work at that school, and they're working at the administration annex by the old cafeteria access and garbage area. The asphalt's all torn up, so they're pouring solid concrete at that site. Then I went over some contingency allowance expenditures for the Early Childhood Academy, the First Responders, and also the final payment for Treasure Hills Elementary Phase 2, which is on the next agenda item, to approve to finally close that project out. Mr. Raymond Mendoza gave a financial report update on the TRE funds, and then we adjourned at about 4:45. So at this time, I'll turn it over to our chair, Facilities Chair Belinda Reininger, for any additional comments.
Thank you so much. Yeah, a thanks to you, Mr. Tapia, for the work, for all of the different moving parts on the upgrades to the facilities and moving that along. The Early Childhood Center is really exciting to see what's happening there and to see that nearing completion. And, all of the things that you mentioned is exciting to see in place. Just a special maybe call out on the HCISD school safety report piece of this meeting. I think it's thanks to Dr. Villarreal for coming and presenting. As we all know, there is the school safety design committee that's been put in place. There's subcommittees working rapidly but thoroughly to assess and give recommendations about gaps and improvements that need to be in place. So that is moving along well and rapidly, but we're not just waiting for those assessments. There's a number of actions that are also put in place, one of which was highlighted at this meeting as a reminder, right, of the actions that are already in place, the greatly expanded armed presence at our schools, the perimeter patrolling at every single school, and then the surveillance systems that we were able to see in place and already happening. So we're doing the work. We're preparing for additional actions, but there's already a lot in place that Dr. Villarreal presented, Mr. Castillo is seeing in place, and obviously Dr. Noyola is diligently overseeing. So great committee meeting. Thank you again for the opportunity to highlight a few things.
Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Moving on to 12B.
Mr. President?
I'm sorry.
As a question, I apologize. Thank you for the opportunity. So thank you for the great presentation, Oscar, and excellent, I think, summation, Dr. Reiniger. I guess my question, and maybe Danny could step forward, because I do have a couple questions for you as well with regards to safety. If you don't mind, that'd be great. My questions have to do with, as far as optimizing our safety and security. I know it's an ongoing process, as Dr. Reiniger mentioned, and I know you guys are working it hard. And I definitely agree that I'm hearing great things from what I've heard from parents and students and different folks in terms of what they're seeing out there. So I think folks, the word's getting out that this is a very, very much a priority for the district. But my question has to do with, if we already kind of know that, if we know that a police department, right, just pick on that one sort of topic, if that police department is not in our best interest because of the lack of the practitioners and there's different types of negative, perhaps second and third order sort of consequences that come because of carving that out and not having practitioners, and then, that kind of stuff. And also the lack of communication and feedback then with the police departments, and then that having a negative consequence on the safety of the community as well, by that lack of communication that we now have because of active practitioners being being the choice of our armed officers patrolling, et cetera, right? Is there a way to get out, sort of kind of give us, go back to the sort of one pager that we mentioned before, to give the board and to give the community sort of a one pager on what we're doing now? And I think you're kind of doing that already, but also a one pager so people can begin to understand why a police department is definitely not in our best interest, and that's not the goal. Never should it be the goal. We want to optimize, right? We want the best safety and security for all of our students and for our community. And so is there a way to get out sort of like a one pager as to say, this is why we're not doing this, but this is what our goal is, and this is what we're kind of evolving towards, and what we, so before you answer that, I'll also say, is there a way, if we definitely agree that we're not getting to a police department for all these different variety of reasons that you guys would put together and educate us on and that kind of stuff, that's best practices, that's everything, et cetera. But is there also a way to, while we're optimizing and figuring this out, is there a way in short order to get to a point where we do have an armed officer at every campus, or is that even not possible? I'm just anyway, that's kind of two-part question, so.
Yeah, so it's a lot of ground to cover in response. So one of the processes that we're in the middle of right now, and I think it's a really important part of a community's process and arriving at the best fit or the best answer for community, is exactly what we're doing right now. Bringing together very strategically stakeholders, not only just from within our district, but also community members. I think that's extremely important. And I would not advise the district to shortchange that process just because, yes, I bring to the table a certain experience, and we have very knowledgeable people here within the district, but I think it's really important from a community standpoint to bring in these stakeholders. And I just want to touch on that first because I think there's already been a tremendous amount of healthy discussion among my subcommittee, and we're specifically addressing that question for our community. What is that right fit for us? My professional opinion, the easy road is just put your own police department together. But I would hate for us to do or make a quick decision like that when we know, when you sort of take a step back. You take a step back from the state of Texas. You take a step back and you look at it from a national standpoint. One simple reference I can make is when I've had conversations with consultants that are from outside of Texas. they themselves say, well, you know, it's funny, that's a Texas thing. Having police departments in your school districts. Why y'all do that? And they found it slightly humorous because that was a Texas thing. That's exactly the words they used. So we have to really take a hard look and not make a decision just because we had one consultant make that statement from their perspective. We have to take a hard look on what is the long-term best solution, and in that evolution of law enforcement, community policing, and all of those different strategies, what does policing look like today? And the landscape that we have right now that we haven't had historically ever in my whole career that I had, do we have the types of issues that we have right now with the fear of active shooters, the intruder issues? That really was non-existent for the majority of my career. But that's the current perception right now in the public. Even though statistically speaking, an active shooter event is minuscule as far as statistically the chance of that occurring. But then when we have situations like Uvalde and these other situations that come up, well, it hits close to home. That's one of the statements that we heard because of Uvalde. So I'm saying all of that because we have to weigh all of those perceptions and all of those ideas of what is the best approach. I believe that we're on the pathway. Whether it ultimately would be that the district decides that we need to have a type of police department, that in and of itself is not the answer. What we are doing right now, cultivating from day one that I've been here with the district, cultivating relationships with not only Harlingen PD, Cameron County, all of these local first responders, EMS, fire department, Cameron County Emergency Management. All of those are pieces that we need to, that's the heavy lifting. That's the work that we have to bridge in trying to leverage all of those different resources. And at one point or another, they could touch our district. You've seen that if you look at any one of the case studies, the place or the moment that things begin to fall apart is when you have these various entities responding and converging on this one incident. Everybody with the desire to help and resolve the concern. But because they've never worked together, because they've never learned how to talk the same language and understand exactly how each of them would respond, that's when they realize all of the shortfalls. So why do we as a society continue to repeat those same errors? It goes back to the sort of like that definition of insanity, right? So the path that we're taking right now, I think we're on the right track. And there's a ton of opinions out there of what they think we should do. I don't believe it's as simple as saying that we're going to put a police officer at every single doorstep of every campus. Policing in general, every time something happens, they want to see a cop on every block. And we do what we can, saturation patrols, and you do that. It's all addressing really a perception of safety. But I don't want to just put on a show for the community. We want to put something that actually works. And some of the things we've done up to this point, some of the things we did during the summer, where we pulled together all of these agencies that work together on an exercise, and they themselves realized as we put them through, we sort of played the host, we sort of played the facilitator to bring all of these agencies together. And again, that's one of, historically, in my career as chief and as a ranking officer, that was always the challenge. Getting these agencies to come together and actually work together. So these things that we've done up to this point, I believe we've covered a tremendous amount of ground. Some of the things that we're doing right now by pulling together these various elected officials, constables, the sheriff's department, these other communities that have our campuses in their smaller communities, they're all eager to help. So I think some of the things that we're doing right now, pulling them together And the feedback that I've received from the leadership from these various agencies, and I know Dr. Neola has received feedback from them as well, they're extremely excited about and they've used those words with me, that they're finally actually able to work with their fellow agencies, and they feel that much more confident, not just if they had to respond to an event at one of our campuses, but imagine what would happen now that they have begun to bridge that level of relationship and communication, so that if, Lord forbid, there's an event at any of our public venues, they've already established that framework so that they're that much better prepared to respond effectively. And I'm saying that's a long answer to your question, but it's not as simple as saying, do we do this now or do we do it, when do we do it? I think we have to allow the process to take place. I feel very encouraged in the direction that we're going just from bringing certain minds together. And this is outside of even what we're doing right now in the Safety Design Committee. The work that we began way at the beginning of summer, when we started evaluating, like every other district, what can we do to make our processes better? So the things that we've done from then to where we are right now, I think it's tremendous. I'm very encouraged by that, but there's definitely a lot more work that we need to do, but we're on the right path.
Thank you. I can't thank you enough for that response. I've learned a lot, and again, I think, as you so eloquently said, I think we just have to trust the process and follow the process. So thank you for bringing it back to that, number one. Number two, thank you for so eloquently speaking about the great benefit of trying to tackle any complex problem. Obviously, it's not a simple response, simple solution. It requires a lengthy process and a lot of intelligent stakeholders that you well spoke of. But what it comes down to, again, best solutions are always those that involve collective impact, and that's kind of what you just went through. So I've learned a lot. Thank you for educating me, and I really appreciate your remarks tonight. Thank you.
Mr. DeLeon has a comment.
Yeah, to Dr. Neola's, Bettis's point, I agree. I think we need to let the process go. I think we started it. I think it's going full force. I'm excited to see what that process is going to be. And maybe there'll be a hybrid type. It may not be a police department. It may be a hybrid of it where it's not a police department, but there may be someone on campus all the time. But you know, I don't want this committee to ever think that it may be too expensive, or I don't let us worry about the concerns, the issues, the money. That's what we're here for. I think the committee needs to it's a wish list. If this is exactly what we need to do, and let the board worry about the money and the superintendent worry about the money. Just try to come up with the solution, because I don't ever want it to come back where it was a money thing, because that wouldn't be fair to the kids. At the same time, I don't want it to be a bandit approach either, where it's just a perception. We put a couple officers at a campus for an hour or two. Someone can find out, and then there's nothing there. So it is complex. It's going to be very strategic in how you're going to be doing it. But I do strongly believe that it's a different world. When I was on the board, at one point in time, years ago, we didn't want to ever do something like this, because we didn't ever want to think that a school district looked like a prison, or like it was a detention center. What would the parents say? What would the community say? Talk about 2022. It's the whole opposite of the way they're thinking now. And so, I agree. I'm excited to what the committee's going to say. I'm excited what they're going to come up with. I hope they're going to be creative. I hope they're going to come up with something that's going to be beneficial to everybody involved, and it's going to comfort everybody in the community. Because I can tell you, I have a lot of friends that are concerned. They're worried for their children, and they're asking, "What are you doing? What are we going to do to make sure that our children are safe?" So you've got a lot of responsibility on your hand. You got the elephant's on your shoulder, but you wanted the job, so it's yours.
I'm good with it.
So we're waiting. We're excited and waiting for that response. I just hope that we can do this in a very quick manner, as quickly as can be, because we need to move one way or another the direction that we need to take. And this is not something that we can wait because we want to buy a couple of curriculum books or we want to, this is something we need, if you have to have extra meetings or whatever it takes, but we need to make sure that we get the answer ASAP to move forward.
Bobby?
Yeah.
Again, I want to echo what Nolan said. I really appreciate your explanation tonight. It really opened my eyes to a lot of the issues that you're confronted with. Particularly, the one thing that really struck me is the issue that you said you have an incident, and then you have all these different entities that want to come in and help. And if they're not coordinated and working together, it becomes a fiasco. And I don't know how you do that. And I think what Nolan and Javier just said, our job is we want to provide the best safety we can for these kids. The cost, whatever it is, we want to provide the best. And however you coordinate that, you have a lot of factors that you have to work with. And I know it's not easy to have to work with different entities and bring them all together to where when something happens, everybody knows their place and their part. But I want to thank you for what y'all are doing, and hopefully you'll have a solution soon. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Castillo, thank you for your leadership. Appreciate it. Thank you, Oscar. Thank you, Dr. Reiniger. Moving to 12B, consideration for approval of final construction payment to Davila Construction Company for the Treasure Hills Campus Improvements Phase 2 project. Mr. Tapia.
Mr. President Muñiz, members of the board, Dr. Noyola. This is a final payment for the Treasure Hills Phase 2 that we have with Davila Construction. They finally finished all the punch list items, any last minute change orders we had. And architect has reviewed the punch list, all the paperwork, and recommends approval of the final payment, which is $161,800.32. We've also reviewed everything and also agree with the architect that this project is 100% complete, so we recommend release of the final payment. We did discuss this in a little more detail at the Facilities Committee meeting, so we recommend approval.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the final construction payment to Davila Construction Company for the Treasure Hills Campus Improvements Phase 2 project.
Second?
I have a motion by Dr. Monreal, a second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion?
One question. Mr. Tapio, will you remind us if this was then below the contingency? Did we save some money on this one?
Yes, we had $128,465 of unused money that'll go back to the district's general fund.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Greg says
If not, let's proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Going on to item number 13, nomination and approval of delegate for the 2022 TASB Board of Directors Delegate Assembly. So we do need to nominate a delegate. Do we have any?
I nominate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Gina, Dr. Okay.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Gina Cano Monreal if she's going to attend.
I'll second.
She's there.
I'll be there.
All right.
I think it's a great experience for a board member. Yeah.
All right. We have a motion by Dr. Bettis, second by Mr. De Leon. Any discussion other than good luck?
Is there discussion?
Yeah.
Discussion. Normally, when we do these delegations, there's a report that you have to give the board at the end. So if you can do a one-page report.
PowerPoint presentation. 30 slides,
I'll just
PowerPoint.
give you a summary. How about that? One pager. Y'all like the one pager?
Yeah, there you got it. Let's proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, motion carries. Congratulations, Gina. All right, so now we're going to item number 14, adjournment to closed or executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082, the Opens Meeting Act for the following purposes: discuss employment of teachers and other personal staff and to discuss the superintendent's formative evaluation. We are now in executive session. The time is 9:32. At this point in time, we are reconvening into open session for actions on matters discussed in executive session. The time is 1:13 a.m. And 15A, consider employment of teachers and other professional staff.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve the employment of teachers and other professional staff as discussed in executive session.
Second.
I have a motion by Eladio Jaimes. I have a second by Dr. Reiniger. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Item number 15B, consider superintendent's formative evaluation. No action needs to be taken on this, and so we are now adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
great meeting. Thank you.